Hello, everybody. Hello, 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 hello. How are we all today? Good, I hope. Oh, we already got a tip here from Dossett. Let it be known today, on the day of my birth, that I consent to this righting of the wrongs in the great book of grudges. Well, happy birthday, Dossett. Everybody, please wish Dossett a happy birthday. God knows he's been an instrumental person in keeping things running around here, keeping the lights on. So, well, happy birthday, dude, and thanks very much for the tip. I kind of feel bad. You shouldn't be spending money here on your birthday. You should be spending it on yourself. So, thank you. Okay, so let's go through the, let's say hello to everybody, get through the hello queue, and then we can get this all up and running. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm so yawny today. I guess we have to turn the screen cover off and the camera on. Hello there. I got a haircut. And I shaved a little bit. I cleaned up. I was tired of looking like a hobo. I know, very shocking. Decided to put away the neckbeard look for a little while. Had to wear... I just decided I was going to wait until the virus was over to get a haircut, but that doesn't seem like it's going to happen anytime soon. So I just wore a mask and went to a special place that... has you clean up all that stuff. Oh, yes, I do need to change the Twitch stuff. Thank you, Misha. Let me do that real quick. Let's see. Edit. Let's fix all that. Not playing Age of Reckoning right now. We're playing Total War. Here we go. Fixed. Thank you. I'm your hobo. Alright, let's say hello to everybody and go from there. So, who all we got here today? Good afternoon, too. We got Servant of the Great Horned Rat, St. Augustine, Brother Grimfang, hello, hello. Sevs Mad, Lord Inquisitor Ignis, Monsters Abound, Ordex Dax, EA Diaz, that guy in yellow, Jake Wu, Zerzernoff, Nazum, Conrad von Hossendorf. Let's see, Undertaker's here. We got ETG View, hello, hello. William King, Mads Corfix, Krzysztof Sizdowski, I think I got that. Giovanni Kama, Nick DeBoer, Pyrefly, hello. Sieglind Eelserv, Ira Maver, Jamon, good to see you, my dude. Jean Novak, hello. Demorter Harlemort, Filthy Frenchie, interesting name. Hayden 1117 out loud. Hello, Dossett Curse Fanatic. Good to see you both here. Brent Jaspers, Dridnus the Internal, Tommy Bravo, Kimo Savage, Christian Berg Madsen. Up the Affiliates. Hello, Demorter. We already did that one. Ragnaroks. I like that name. That's a cool name. Astalpha Boff, Loop Monkey. I'll talk about that in just a second. Angel to Bride, Tuco A, Dual 810, Christian Wiebricht, Getting stung by a bullet ant or having your arms waxed? I would think the bullet ant would hurt more, but I'm not sure. I would not like to try either, to be honest. Got Ravizar, Primaris Patrick, Kevin Nugan, Mr. Raptor, Brent Jasper, Salom, Sir Pickle Chips, Grumpy Guard, no one here. Kelgar Iron Fist. I think that's about everyone. Good. Good. So, who was that? Loot Monkey. So, yes, there are going to be some more lore projects coming out very soon. I had sent out, like, a couple of, I guess you could say announcements, requests. We'll just do hard, because that's enjoyable, and I'm not interested in hurting myself. So I sent out, like, a couple of requests for editors, like video editors, because my goal was I really would like to get to the point where I could just record a video, like record all the audio, and then have like a group of people that I feel confident in that I can ship it off to, and they, you know, with resources that I can provide to them and some other stuff, can reliably produce something quickly and efficiently, because I hate video editing. I hate it. I hate it with every fiber of my being. I just have a really hard time with it. And it like drains me. Like it's exhausting to do even little bits. So, I found 2 people, and then basically I sent off some scripts and nothing happened. One of them just kind of ghosted me, and the other one, has been having like computer issues and stuff. So I went from having a couple of video editors to 0 video editors. So I guess I'm just back to doing everything myself. Because I don't know where everybody hides all of their editors, or like what secret clandestine place you're supposed to go to find people to hire. But it is difficult to find somebody that's apparently reliable. So that's why there hasn't been anything the last week or two. Is I tried to give them all like a week or 2 week grace period of like, okay, here's stuff that, you know, here's your first projects, you know, let me know if you have any questions, like let's get this up and running. And then when I didn't hear anything, I was like, okay, well, I don't want to make this because like we had started working on contracts, and I didn't want to like just make a video on stuff I had sent to them, and then them make it, and then it's like this awkward situation. But I've like reached out to people and heard nothing back. So, I guess it's just me. I'm gonna probably do another wave of trying to find some people, and, but I'm gonna be doing at least the next couple videos myself. So. Hey, Rome Player. I like a compliment, sir. Thank you. Repeating the question, but how would I feel about Conrad von Karstein as a free LC at some point? I think Conrad von Karstein would be ideal as a legendary hero for all of the Vampire Count factions. I would not be interested in him as a legendary lord. I don't think he would add anything of value as a legendary lord. Alright, so for this campaign, our goal, while of course to beat the campaign, our like actual goal is we really want to try and make the journey to Nagaroth so that we can go beat the crap out of Malekith for breaking his oath to Snorri Nosebiter all those many years ago. So that's like our secret goal. Not secret, but like that's our secondary goal, I could say. I'm not gonna like lose sleep over if the AI manages to kill off Malekith before we can get to him. There's a reasonable chance that will happen. Hopefully it won't, but, you know, there's always a chance. So, obviously we'll be dealing with the Thagaraki and the Groby as well, but our real goal is to try and take down Malekith. You get a lot better shave like that? Well, that's good to know. I was not super thrilled with how this came out. Like it was not as good of a job as I felt I normally do when I shave, or clean up a bit. But it's okay. I was getting exhausted of looking the way I did. It was eating at me. Good grief.
Moving out. Who calls me?
Alright, let's do vigor loss reduction, and then let's go ahead and get the mighty beard of defense, because that's always a good time. I kind of want to... we'll just occupy it.
I'm here.
Your Dawi have been put...
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Let's go ahead and grab Lord of the Deeps, and let's then pick up... Let's get Legendary Commerce up and running. And then I want more warriors than anything else. And we can go ahead and forge an item. See, we're going to get a piece of armor here pretty quick. So I'm thinking maybe let's get... Let's do a weapon. Miner's Pickaxe is pretty good. Give us some bonus versus infantry. Har har, Undertaker. Har har. Have I considered shaving your head or letting your hair reach your shoulders? Well, it may not have been super noticeable, but my hair was at my shoulders. It's just the way my hair grows. It grows, like, back, and then it starts to, like, flip. So it starts to, like, resist gravity. And so whenever I comb my hair when it's that long, I just kind of comb it so it's all concentrated in one point in the back. But it was like, roughly at or a little past my shoulders. And... it was just too much. Like, washing my hair had become such a pain in the ass. Because not only did it require, like, a truly irritating amount of shampoo and time, but, like, whenever I'm thinking, or I'm just, like, casually hanging out, I tend to, like, run my hand through my hair as, like, kind of like not a stress relief, but it's just something I do without thinking about it. So I'm sitting there, like, running my hands through my hair constantly, and I kept, like, running into, like, knots where my hair would tangle together and stuff, and it was driving me insane. Like, it was bothering me so much, because I'd keep, like, getting caught or something for a half second, and it was just like, ugh, I'm getting very upset. So yeah, finally got it all taken care of today. If Lord Mazdamundi had been present at the final battle, would there have been a possibility of succeeding at the ritual? Oh, yeah. I mean, well, it would have helped. I mean, I think ultimately the issue... sure. Let's do Apprentice of Grugni. Because I do like research rate bonuses. Very much. The big issue with the ritual at the end of the end times was not that it was, like, impossible to pull off. The difficulty was that they ran out of people that could, like, channel the winds of magic, essentially. Because when Grimgor Ironhide died fighting Archaon, the Wind of Beasts, you know, went wild because there wasn't anyone who was, like, capable of wielding it, essentially. And then when... and so Teclis took that wind into himself, so he was, like, for a brief moment, a new incarnate of Beast, because he could handle it. But then where things got complicated is that actually just before that, the Wind of Fire had been separated from its holder because Kara Dryan had taken over as the incarnate of fire after when Ungrim died as the first incarnate of fire. It flew around for a while before Kara Dryan took up the mantle as the incarnate of fire, and then he died fighting Kabanda in the Battle of Middenheim. And when that happened, Teclis at that point was basically trying to dual wield Winds of Magic. So Teclis was on one hand trying to wield the Wind of Beasts and the Wind of Fire, and he was barely managing it, but he was managing it. And like the Incarnates were winning, and had started their ritual to basically stop the Realm of Chaos from consuming everything. And then Manfred walked up behind Balthazar Gelt and stabbed him in the back. And when Gelt died, that released the Wind of Metal, and Teclis tried to take on the Wind of Metal, but that was too much. Like that was categorically there was no way. There was no way in 1,000 years he was going to be able to handle 3 Winds of Magic at once. So when Teclis tried that, he literally like disintegrated because it was just too much for him. And then they were totally boned at that point. The in-game sound is a little quiet. Okay. I will turn it up just a smidge. Turn up to like there. Didn't Egrim von Horseman try to take the Wind of Fire? Yeah. When the Wind of Fire was basically like surfing around, so to speak, Egrim von Horseman did attempt to take it for himself with a ritual, but it killed him. Egrim von Horseman like grossly underestimated the Wind of Fire, and it kind of served as like an example of you can't force a Wind of Magic to like bend the knee to you. Like your only option is essentially to be someone that's able to have like a natural affinity for the wind, or be Teclis. Yeah, y'all have a pretty good high ground vantage point, so let's put y'all over there. Can you have at least 3 to 4 Iron Drakes in an army? I mean, I can. Once we have the ability to recruit them, yeah, we can do that. If that would please the people. Okay, here come the Floppas. The Whirligigs, as Greenskins like to call them. Roast them. What did Manfred get for stabbing Balthazar Gelt in the back? Nothing good, actually. When Gelt stabbed Manfred in the back, he granted, like a lot of people, as much as a lot of people like to give Manfred grief over being like a big baby about it, like Manfred's reasoning was sound. It was just kind of like a jerk. It was very selfish of him. But like the reason he did it makes sense. And it does like fit his character up to that point in the storyline, as much as I like to make fun of it. But essentially what kind of happened, as far as like, essentially what kind of happened at that moment was that when Manfred stabbed Gelt in the back, although, yes, no, I said that right. When Manfred stabbed Gelt, the Dark Gods were basically like, oh! Like, the Dark Gods were very happy about that. So the Dark Gods decided to reward Manfred with mutation. but the mutation that Manfred got, like, literally made him blind. Basically, like, his eyes, like flesh mutated over his eyes, and he went completely blind, like, instantly. And why are you not, like, shooting, dude? So he, like, could not see anymore, and he was just stumbling around blind, like, practically on the cusp of being a chaos spawn. And before Manfred could, like, even get a handle on what was going on, Tyrion just walked up behind him and stabbed him in the back, with Sunfang, and, like, ignited Sunfang from inside his body. So, basically, Manfred was just completely incinerated from the inside out. Manfred died very painfully. He died very painfully. But, you know, he deserved it, so. Not sure what's going on with my gyrocopters that they're not able to shoot. Like, what is going on with you guys? Yeah, they're just not shooting. Okay, now you're shooting. Okay, I guess they just can't shoot the Doom Diver for some reason. That's a weird bug. I'll have to see if that's, like, a consistent bug later. Super strange. Okay. That's a new one. Vampires can feel pain? Yes, yes, vampires do have senses. They can feel, smell, taste, hear, see. Like, if you're undead, you either have, like, not all undead have the ability, have all 5 senses, but vampires do. So is Manfred blind in Age of Sigmar? Oh, Inquisitor Thomas, you assume that anything that happened in the end times actually had consequences in Age of Sigmar? That's silly. That would imply that it was written well and Games Workshop actually gave a shit about the end times. That's very good. Very good joke. Did I ever play the God of War games? Yes. I played through and beat God of War, the original. Oh gosh, which ones all did I play? Let's see, the original one. I don't know if I want casualty replenishment more. I guess I'll take recruitment rank first. See, I know I played the original 1 and 2. I don't think I ever played the third one. Because the third one's where you actually kill Zeus, right? I don't think I ever played that one. I've watched a playthrough of it, but I don't remember ever playing that one. Whatever, just leave it empty. It's fine.
How can I help?
Alright, so I think we'll blow up... Carrick Drawn, just to make sure we've got some space between us and the greenies. And then we will go take Mount Gumbad. Carefully, because I remember we did that last time and it ended up being a huge mistake. So carefully! I thought Tyrion died when Ulthuan sank. Oh no, well, that's the thing. Tyrion did die, but once again, you're assuming there were consequences to the entirety of the Cain book. Which, you know, a reasonable person might think that, but the end times are anything but reasonable for a lot of their time. So yes, Tyrion did die as the Avatar of Cain, but then in Book 5, Teclis just resurrected him. And made him into the Incarnate of Light as part of the resurrection. That way he, like, wasn't suffering any of the penalties for having the Curse of Cain in his system. Because he had light in him, and also Cain was dead. Okay, bye, Gorfang. See you in hell, Bo. Bro. Orc Spain. Nice. One minor change, Bugman's Brewery should... Dude, there's a lot of minor changes. I think that's going to be a series I'm going to start recording tonight, because I can have the background just be, like, super basic, but I think people will find it really, really interesting, is I want to do a series that's just like, alright, so instead of, like, an hour-long video that's difficult to watch because it's just super long, and people want bullet points and, like, are like, oh my god, I don't want to watch all this. What if I just, like, made a fairly short one that's just like, here are the minor changes that every faction needs, and just do it in, like, 10-minute segments. Am I not at war with the Greenskins yet? That's kind of amazing. Yeah, like, one of the things I think the Dwarf campaign needs that would be really interesting is that the Great Book of Grudges should have, like, 2 systems in it. There should be ancient grudges, which I'd probably, like, want to find out what exactly that is in Kozilid, so it sounds more fancy. And those should be grudges, like, if you accomplish them, you get something, like, super badass. Like a permanent buff to your faction to do with, like, avenging the grudge. Like, you know, maybe it gives you, like, a diplomacy bonus with a certain hold, and you get access to a unique item or a unique character or something. You know, not like a legendary hero, but maybe like immortal character, like with the Greenskins and the Vampire Coast get from their tech tree. And then you'd have your regular grudges, which your regular grudges should be like this kind of crap, where it's like reactionary stuff. That should be a big deal. The other thing is, I get so angry at Bugman's Brewery. I don't understand why Bugman's Brewery is in Carrick Dromar. It should not be here. You know where Bugman's Brewery is on the map? Like the actual Bugman's Brewery? Creative Assembly would tell you it's right here. You know where it actually is? It's over here. It's on the other side of the Black Mountains. I don't understand why they put it here. They should move it to... They should either move it to this settlement or this settlement. And the other thing I need to talk to them about is that, like, for the Skaven thing, this city right here, they labeled as Fester Spike, which is for the Skaven, but the actual Fester Spike is, like, way the fuck down here. Like, they've made some bizarre changes geographically on the map. Some of them I understand, and, like, if, like, whatever. Like, Fester Spike being here that's not a big deal. It's fine. But, like, there's no excuse for Bugman's Brewery to be right here. There's no reason. Like, just move it to a mountain settlement next to where it should actually be. Like, just put it right here. That'd be so much closer to its actual place. Anyway. What are some of the most evil deeds from some of the best characters? Okay, some good examples of evil deeds by good characters. Let's see, like, a good one for, like, Thorgrim Grudgebearer. Thorgrim Grudgebearer, teamed up with Lewin Laneker once to basically, like, bring down this really terrifying bandit king. And after they took him down, they basically, like, had a bunch of... Once he was, like, defeated and he was killed and his army was broken, and they, like, cracked open his fortress, like, a bunch of people that he had basically enslaved to fight for him, or he would kill them, or, like, kill their families, or leave them to starve, were surrendered, because they were like, oh my god, thank god, like, it's finally over. And when that happened, like, they had them all rounded up so that they could, like, deal with them. And Lewin basically turned to Thorgrim and was like, okay, I'm gonna, like, take care of these guys, because they're, you know, they didn't really have a say in this. And Thorgrim was like, no. Like, Thorgrim was like, yeah, they did have a say in this. They could have chosen, like, they chose to do this. And Lewin said, no, they didn't. If they didn't do what he told them to do, they would have starved and died. And Thorgrim looks at him and goes, well, they should have starved then, and then Thorgrim literally has them all butchered. Like, Thorgrim, like, you know, there is no such thing as, like, a truly noble, kind-hearted dwarf. Inevitably, they will do something kind of messed up. How hard is it to learn Khazalid? It's fairly difficult. It depends on what you are and, like, where you come from. The more exotic dwarves are to you, the more difficult it becomes, especially if you don't, like, battle them or, like, pull any of that off on a regular basis. It can be kind of messy. What's up, Thorgrim? Or Gotrek?
Return it there, my lad.
But you fought well. What malign beast must we face next, Gotrek?
Alright,
How can I help?
we're off to Gunbad.
Strolling? Great grumpy spirit. Nothing doing. Come, kid.
But yeah, God, I need them to put like a Confederation mechanic into this tied to the Book of Grudges. I think one of my biggest passion projects for Total War is that I personally feel, I mean, feel free anyone to disagree with me, but I feel that every single race should have a Confederation mechanic. Once upon a time, I ideally would have liked for every race to have a unique Confederation mechanic, but we're past that point now, so I just want them to have, like, a suitable one. But, like, for the dwarves, to me, it would make so much sense for them to have it tied into a system of, like, oh, okay, so each of the major holds has, like, an ancient grudge of, like, something that happened to them and they're super pissed off about it. So if you manage to, like, avenge whatever it is that they're super angry about, then they will join up with you. Like, they will immediately offer Confederation. So, like, say for Karak Azul, it could be if you capture Black Crag. So it could have, like, multiple conditions. So imagine for Karak Azul, it's like, okay, if you have permanently killed the Red Fang tribe to represent killing Gorfang Rotgut, and you have captured the hold of Black Crag. That way you, like, free Cazador Dragonslayer's family from being captured. They would be like, boom, all right, we're with you. You know, I just think that would work so much more interesting.
Fearless and unbreakable.
Yeah, runes need a rework as well.
Greetings, honorable ally. How can I help? Grombrindal.
Okay, so the Greenskins have not yet declared war on us yet, so we're gonna take advantage of that and just go straight for Mount Gunbad.
Follow my lead.
And try and take out the Bloody Spears before they can get Grimgor to help them out. Eagle Knight, howdy, my dude. The Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. Ooh, man. That sounds like a busy place. Or at least a very hot place right now. We haven't fought a battle yet. Wait. Oh, I intercepted him. Okay, yeah, so let's fight a battle. We haven't really fought too much yet. Yeah, I think for my video, I almost wonder if I would want to make talking about runes like a completely separate video, just because I feel like that would be a very involved topic. That's gonna take me a while to, like, express all my thoughts on. Oh, okay. So the bolt throwers we're gonna need to, like, scoot all the way up. But everything else, we should be able to just... These fire arc fire, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. We've got copters. Miners, if y'all want to sit just behind that hill, so if they come up, you can, like, get on them. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do, Undertaker. Yeah, I'll probably record, like... I think I'll do the rune discussion separate, or first, and see how long it takes me to, like, express everything I want to say about runes. And then if that ends up being over, like, 10 minutes, you know, that'll be, like, its own video. And then my video on, like, these are, like, small changes I would like to see made to the dwarves. Could, you know, be something different. A little busy, that is correct. How strong are Black Grail Knights? They're on par with Grail Knights. They're literally just evil Grail Knights. But, like, Grail Knights are, like, the strongest human type. I mean, they're superhumans, but you know what I mean. Okay, we're in range fire. Fire! Just fire everything. It's gonna take this bolt thrower like 1,000 years to get into a firing position. Warriors, go! Let's see, we'll take the high ground. It's easier to fight from the high ground. Where are we gonna put these? Let's see if I can squeeze these guys over here. Light them up. Can you see them? Kinda. Maybe? Kinda. Yeah, chase them off. Right. We're just gonna walk into this little gap here. And light! Go ahead and pop that. Oops. See if we can get Grombrindal over to the Lord. And no. And flash bomb. This takes me back. Try and get them out of here. Good job. Oops. Fire that way. Okay, Grombrindal is fighting. Help him out. Get y'all over here. Good job. And we caught him in the underway, so we don't need to pursue. When Morgar dies, does he get reborn in different eras, or is there a specific area he rebirths? So, AV Extreme, when Morgar dies, he can literally be reborn anywhere. Like, there's no... Like, he's... To our knowledge, he has always come back in the old world. And how long it takes him to come back seems very random. But he always seems to come back in the old world, like, fairly close to where he wants to be, to, like, continue his assaults on, like, Athel Loren and stuff. But he has, it's, like, for the Wood Elves, it's a whole thing trying to find out where he is. Like, they dedicate a pretty serious amount of resources, whenever possible, to, like, whenever Morgar dies, there are a group of scouts from Athel Loren whose only job is that they just patrol the world, the old world, looking for Morgar. Like, looking for any signs of Morgar being reborn and, like, gathering up stuff. So, Tech, do I like Age of Sigmar lore or just collect the tabletop models? Both. I like the lore, and I also collect the tabletop models. I'll fight this. This looks like a fun one. Undertaker, I can always tell it's you that's tipping, because you're always like, by the way, Black Grail Knights are the undead Grail Knights from the Grudgebringer games, if I recall correctly. Knights of the Black Grail are Evil Grail Knights, I think. What the hell are the Grudgebringer games? Is that like a minor IP for Warhammer titles, or is that like just some random ass other company? It's from Shadow of the Horned Rat. Oh, okay. They should not be called that. There should not be casual undead that have anything to do with the Black Grail. Seems like a very easy way to mix up a rather famous little legendary squad. What do I think about moving Grombrindal down to Carrick Zorn? I would say if they're not planning on bringing in any more dwarf characters, or any dwarf character, I say any more, but any dwarf characters for Total War Warhammer 2, then sure. I think you could move Grombrindal down to Carrick Zorn and that'd be fine. Personally, I would prefer that they just give us a new character and for like free LC and put them down in Carrick Zorn. Like, if they would give me Thoric Ironbrow and say, okay, Thoric Ironbrow is gonna start in Carrick Zorn, that on the Vortex map, and then on the Mortal Empires map they could start him either in Carrick Zorn or in Karak Azul. But I would much rather it go to a new character. Grombrindal to me doesn't really feel like a character that needs his own faction. To me, he's kind of like a special gimmick event character, as opposed to like a truly standout lord within the franchise. You know, to me, he's essentially a white dwarf gimmick. Not a like full unique faction. And it's the exact same way I feel about Gotrek and Felix. Honestly, if anything, I kind of wish Grombrindal had been a legendary hero you would pick up, kind of like the Green Knight, where he just, like, you could, like, do stuff and he, like, randomly appears, or you could, like, summon him to help you out, instead of them just making him, like, a full Lord character. I was not a huge fan of how they implemented Grombrindal. Really don't like how fast Gotrek is compared to Felix. Well, I think it's more of a balance thing. Because you're right, Felix would definitely be a lot faster than Gotrek. That's actually a notable thing that happens constantly throughout the books, is that Felix almost always slows down his running speed so that he doesn't, like, leave Gotrek behind. Grombrindal should have been a regular Lord, or should not have been a regular Lord. It comes down to free LC budget. I don't think it was a budget thing. I think it was that Creative Assembly seemed to be, like, physically allergic to the idea of legendary heroes. If you go back to Warhammer 1, I don't know who was in charge of making decisions, but I'm not a big fan of that person. The person who made decisions on, like, how to implement things and, like, how to add things into the game did a horrible job. And, like, a lot of Warhammer 2's life cycle has been dedicated to just fixing that guy's mistakes. Which is a bummer. Grant, that's just this man's opinion. But it is, I would be lying if I said it's something I don't think about kind of often. Oh, I didn't realize I had been smoke bombed. I don't understand how smoke bomb works on flying units. That's very silly. Okay, he's wawing. Gotrek and Felix are fighting. Okay, so the enemy Lord is dead. Oh wait, I can flash bomb. Get him, get him. How are we holding up across the line here? Pretty good. Let's have our runesmith go reinforce that flank. Gotrek and Felix are kicking ass. Good, good. Let's get the Iron Drakes somewhere a little better. Y'all go support Grombrindal. Let's put you on guard stance. Good job, good job. A little spicy in a few places, but we're holding out okay. This is the garrison for this place, so if we claim victory here, we're pretty golden. Okay, let's send Gotrek over this way. These archers will be gone pretty soon. Who are you shooting at? You should be shooting at these guys. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and make everybody unbreakable for a hot minute. You linked the video in the Discord. Okay, I will at some point watch it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care about the Shout of the Horned Rat. that's so old. I just can't bring myself to care about it. Like, good for you if you like it. But to me, that's like someone coming in and being like, man, don't you really love the character Bach from 5th edition Lizardmen? It's like, no, I don't. Like, it's so irrelevant at this point, I just can't care, I'm sorry. Good for you if you like it. It's just, it's just not for me. 24 seconds. Okay, that I could definitely watch. Where are the gyroplanes? They're right here. They're thwopping around. Did I get a haircut? Yes, I did. And I feel much lighter, and I'm also less prone to getting overheated, essentially. Because I had a stupid amount of hair. Do I think Nagash will be a Lord pack to bring the vampire counts to the Vortex map? No. If we ever see Nagash, which is an if, I think it's likely, but it's still an if. If we ever see Nagash, I do not believe we will see him until Game 3. I do not think there is a chance in hell we're going to see him in Game 2. I think that would be too early. Nagash is like Nagash is your magnum opus. Nagash is your grand finale undead character, not your we still have a whole nother game to go undead character. Hello, Gam. Your copy of Tarmacon just arrived. Dude, nice. Tarmacon is a super fun read. Panda, what are you, a husky? Dude, it's so hot right now. Like, the heat index yesterday was 108 degrees Fahrenheit. Having more hair than this is miserable. Like, it is just so hot. Like, oh, it's the worst. Shouldn't you be healing? Oh, they only heal if they're in combat. Oh, okay. No, I'm not a husky though. I do not scream loudly as much as huskies do. Odd one out, dude. Thanks so much for the tip, my dude. I really appreciate it. Sorry I missed the first hour of the stream. We have not been streaming for an hour, have we? Oh yeah, I guess. Wait, have we? Oh god, we have. Fuck. Feels like it's been 5 minutes to me. Hope you're well and hope this helps stay awesome, my dude. Well, I really appreciate it. I'm doing well. Thank you. And Odd One Out, thank you very much for your 3 months of continued support over on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Roan Player, R1 Player 1. I don't have bots, I'm sorry. I am intending to make / get bots sometime very soon, but I haven't done it yet. Move any character to Karak Norn. Gotcha.
The dwarf's sleeping.
Okay. Let's do Absolutely Relentless. Eager Kin's pretty decent, but I feel like I don't need that really right now. Like, yeah, we could do Lightning Strike. It's fine.
You know who I am.
Alright, we took a beating, but thankfully we were also fighting their garrison, so they also took a beating. So hopefully when we run in here, they will be fairly wounded. Yeah, they're pretty beat up. Looks like they might have healed. I don't know. That's another thing I really hope they do in Game 3. If there's one thing I would really like them to invest in Game 3 is I would really appreciate it if Creative Assembly could find more interesting ways, more creative ways to make the AI have advantages. Like, I genuinely hate that, like, the way they try and make the AI threatening is by just letting it cheat to such an obnoxious extent that it can be, like, difficult to plan because the AI will just, like just perform absurd levels of magic voodoo garbage to do something that you're just like, well, I don't understand how they just did that. I hate that crap. Really hope they fix it. I'll put out. Sure, dude. You can send it to me on Discord. I will just auto-resolve this. That's fine. Alright. Took gun bad. Personally, I don't have too big of an issue. Actually, you know what? Let's keep that there so I can, like, get back up to 120 stack. And let's grab Eager Ken. Personally, I don't mind too much how they implemented Gotrek and Felix. Like, a part of me is like, yeah, it kind of would have been nice if they had been able to be individual heroes. And I will note, I would have liked for them to... I would have liked them to feel stronger than they are. Like, the fact that they really don't have traits, they don't have, like, all of their famous items on them, like, all that stuff, that bothers me, I'll admit. Ooh, that's actually pretty good, because I deal magic damage, so lowering enemy magic resistance is not a bad thing. I would have really liked it if they made it so, like, if you consistently hire Gotrek and Felix, like, I know technically they get stronger when you're playing campaign. Like, if you're playing campaign, you keep hiring them. Like, they'll come back with, like, slightly better stats, I think, and slightly better abilities, but it's kind of underwhelming. You know, they don't come back with, like, you know, it would be really cool if you, like, saw them come back with, like, a trait, so you know what game, like, what story they just came back from. So, like, if Gotrek comes back, him and Felix, like, every time you get them, maybe they're back from one of their stories. So whatever story they're back, which is kind of what they do, because they do, like, the little cinematic telling you essentially where they've been. But it'd be cool if it'd be like, oh, they have Vampire Slayer, so they have all these buffs against the undead and stuff. Or, oh, they just got back from doing Demon Slayer, so, like, they've got this. And, like, maybe they acquire more items as you unlock them. So maybe they just start, like, at the beginning with, like, Felix has Karagul and Gotrek has the Axe of Grimnir, but maybe they start off kind of meh, and then every time they come back, like, their stuff just gets cooler and cooler. That would have been very nice. It is quite unfortunate that's not what we got. Like, I understand why, but it's still a bummer. Okay, let's just do that.
How can I help?
You are just going to get a big boy army.
Fight! If you're going to fight!
Especially because they went so ham with, like, the voice lines and stuff, like getting Brian Bless to do it and everything. And, like, the characters look amazing. And then they just kind of drop the ball on, like, what they do campaign-wise. Do I use tabletop caps mod? No, I don't know what that is. What are my thoughts on Creative Assembly? I'm assuming CAE is supposed to be CA. But what do I think about Creative Assembly potentially adding Shard Dragons, Rune Golems, and Rune Guardians? I am a very big fan of Shard Dragons, and I am a very big fan of Rune Golems. I do not think the Rune Guardian... I don't think the Rune Guardian would be necessary or really work as well. Like, I want the Rune Golems that I've seen in, like, the books I own, like all of the RP books, supplements that I've read about them, and the one that shows up in the War of Vengeance trilogy, where they're like the monstrous infantry sized ones. I think that would be really good, and then the Shard Dragon would be awesome. But then beyond that, I would rather them focus on some other stuff. I don't think they would need to go... the Rune Guardian, from what I understand, is like a... who the hell... Who's this? Oh, Doomclaw. Yeah. I personally am not a big fan of the Rune Guardian idea. I don't know why. I just don't like it that much. Well, this is kind of a pickle. I guess what we could do is send... Let's send Gotrek down to watch our actual home while I focus on... ooh, yeah, give me ammunition wagons. While I focus on buffing up, like, Mount Gunbad. Okay, we don't need this anymore. And we'll let Grombrindal heal one more turn, and then he'll kind of fart around Grom Peak. Because we're definitely going to end up pissing off the Greenskins, and they're going to declare war on us, and that's fine. We're just going to do everything we can to, like, prepare to fight Grimgor off. in our home settlements while we take Grom Peak and then immediately run south to go fight Grimgor. Hey, Alleluia! Alleluia TV, thank you very much for the 2 months of being a sub here, my dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. So much gold.
I'm ready. There's no bother. I'll do it. The dwarfs need me. Yes.
Gotrek should be a hero like he is in multiplayer. I mean, yeah, you could do that. I understand why they went the way they did with it. Like, I like that they don't cost upkeep. That's kind of nice. And you're able to just run them around together. Like, I could see that maybe they were like, oh, we don't want to make them both heroes because then they take up a lot of slots in your army or whatever. I'm not exactly sure what the idea was behind it. I'm sure it was good intentions, but yeah, I think most people feel like the obvious route was to make it so that they're both heroes. You know what? I'm actually going to get rid of this because I'd rather have the garrison. Who would win in a fight, Grombrindal versus Morgur? I feel pretty confident that Grombrindal would take down Morgur, but it would definitely be a fight. Like, it wouldn't be easy. From a lore standpoint, Morgur is like one of the hardest creatures to kill out there. Like, he is genuinely very, very hard to kill on any basis.
Out of the wilds. You know who I am.
I do know who you are, so let's pop you in raid stance and just march you over to go smack some greenskins in the face. Alright, Karazakarak, let's get all these glorious upgrades that are going to... Oh, okay, hold up. let's make construction cheaper, just because that is a substantial amount of money we'll save. The Rune Guardian, I thought, is basically just a rune golem set to the specific task of tomb guarding. I'll double check what tasks I have, but if that's really the case, then I don't really see what the difference would be functionally. Like, just, like, you would... I feel like you would just have rune golems and then you'd be done. And then focus on other things. But maybe that's just me, I don't know. Okay, so let's do more money. Let's pick up... Let's get the armory next. And then... I don't think I usually put the Slayer building here. Though, I don't know, Slayers are super good, though. But I think I'd rather have more money. Especially because I'm going to start really digging into finances here pretty soon. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get the Gunsmith Forge. Yeah, I think I'll wait on the Slayer Shrine to put somewhere else. So let's just do a Trinket Maker. And then we can go bigger growth. And then, okay, that'll work.
I am the white dwarf.
Ooh, the Skaven Corruption is real.
Come, kid.
I wish they'd do something with the Blackwater. Like, maybe they could move, like, Bugman's Brewery out of Carrick Dromar to Festerspike or Carrick Hairn. And then they could put, like, a Blackwater structure in Cragmere. Because the Blackwater, which is this big old lake right here, has, like, a ton of lore. And is a really, really cool place. With, like, insane amounts of buried treasure and all sorts of other crazy garbage beneath it. And I would love to see them do something with that. Yeah, Undertaker, I guess that makes sense, but it's still kind of, it's kind of weird. Hey, Dr. Zero, how you doing? Okay, just double checking that. Okay. Alright, I think we've done enough of the... Oh, okay. Okay, real quick, we'll build our way up to Call to Clan, and then we'll focus on other stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and attack the greenskins, which is going to make them very upset, but I'm okay with that. Come here, you booger. Yeah, get out of here, Morglum. Nobody likes you. Yeah, we're doing okay on finances. Alright, so we got the rib peaks. Not gonna need that there. Thank you.
How can I help?
Okay, and I don't think I'm gonna be any... Ooh, Time of the Ancestors. Yes. And then give me Eager Kin. Oh, it's time to do this again. I feel like we're doing pretty good on Grugni's teachings, so let's stick with that. At least for now. Cool, cool, cool. I wish they put an underway system of some sort between Karas, Karak, and Zufbar. Oh, to like let you get from one to the other quickly. Yeah, that could be kind of interesting. Barak Var. I always get kind of irritated with Barak Var because they like refuse to let you confederate them unless you just manage to catch them perfectly right before they die, which I've always found very irritating. Yeah, sure. Let's put that there. Yeah, you stay there until I come down there and relieve you. Okay, let's do that, and then let's focus on growth for a bit. I can't produce a hero yet, can I? No. Okay. Oh, I should probably send Felix now that I think about it. We'll see how many turns we have Felix left for, and if we have enough turns that we can keep Felix, I might send Felix to Karak Norn. Because I need to send somebody over there for Grombrindal's quest, but I don't want to send somebody that I'm going to want back. Just because it's kind of a long walk. Let's see. We got him for 16 more turns. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay, you are going to Karak Norn. It's Karak Asgaraz. There. See you, dude. Dylan Connors, thanks for the tip, my dude. Did the Lizardmen used to have a big sauropod as a model before in Forge World? I think I remember seeing one, but it could have been a fan model. So I think Forge World still has it, but Forge World has the Dread Saurian model. I don't know if it's in. Like I talked to a friend of mine recently who, like, when we talked, he was like, "Oh, they got rid of the Dread Saurian." But when I checked, the Dread Saurian's still on the website. It just was not in stock right now due to, like, the coronavirus and stuff. So, like, you had to wait to get one. But to my knowledge, you could still purchase the Dread Saurian. They might have gotten rid of it. It was a very expensive model. I've thought about picking one up before, but it's like $400. No, I think it's more like $200 or $300, but it's still very, very pricey. And it's just like a big ol' honkin' dinosaur.
I am the White Dwarf. I go where I am needed.
Okay, so we're gonna send Gotrek to hold Mount Gunbad for us. And I can finish down here. Okay, so in Mount Squig, I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket when it comes to, like, making every structure, or every one of these, like, little settlements dedicated to one thing or the other. So I think what we're going to do... Oh, yeah, but that does add them to the garrison, though, which is kind of nice. God, I wish there were more buildings that added units to garrisons. Hopefully it's something we get in Game 3. It's like the ability to customize your garrison. Let's get walls. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we'll put the Rangers barracks there. I mean, that'll just let it have like a really high quality garrison. Okay, and we're back. So yeah, that's good. And now I can start taking the fight to the Greenskins proper. Oh, looks like I got back just in time too. Got a bunch of Groby about to come over. Oh, Grumpy Guard? A cold? Maybe. I could talk to him about it. Grom Peak should be renamed Hammerfall. We could do that. We can do that. You want it to be Hammerfall? With one L or two L's? Oh, Hammer Deep. There you go.
You know who I am.
Okay, let's move you this way. Upgrade that. Wonderful. And I don't think I'm going to need to upgrade anything else for a hot minute. So let's switch back to empowering the guilds. Go Trek. You're going to go hang out inside Mount Gunbad for a while. Let's get rid of this minor unit. Oh gosh, look at all these options. Look at all these options we have now. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get rid of... Let's start by getting rid of 3 Quarrelers.
I'm here.
I've got 4 slots open. We're going to get rid of a Grudge Thrower. Or no. No, let's get rid of the Bolt Thrower.
Fearless and unbreakable.
Because I'm going to replace the Bolt Thrower with a cannon. I almost think I'd rather have 2 cannons and 1 Grudge Thrower. Because I feel like cannons are a bit better and more accurate. So let's get rid of one of those.
How can I help?
And we're going to pick up 3 Thunderers, and I'm out of money. So I guess that's where we're done for this turn.
Fate provides the plot.
Oh, Scrappy Bristol. Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll try and do that. Scrappy Bristol says if we can confederate Ungrim in time, we should use Ungrim to take down Kaldor Dragon Tamer, which I think would be a wonderful idea.
Greetings, honorable ally.
Trade agreement? Sounds good.
All here.
More trade agreement. Wunderval.
Wordsmith. The story continues.
Okay, so let's move you into Squighorn
I'm here now.
so that your Squighorn's gonna have walls next turn. So let's go to Pillage of Grugni instead.
I am
Alright, and what I want is, I want 2 cannons. We might be a little oversaturated on our ranged units, so let's actually only take 2 Thunderers, because we got a unit of Iron Drakes. And then I want to get rid of these miners.
Aye.
We'll take the Ekron miners. I've got 2 slots left. Give me 1 of those. And then let's get... we only got 1 slot left for the moment, so let's just pick up Warriors with Great Weapons. We can get a Thane next turn. That could be good. Thanes are pretty scrappy. Okay, next turn you'll be able to upgrade that. It's fine. Cool, cool, cool. Question, are the modern Strigoi capable of blending in with humans? I believe Ushoran had the ability to hide his true form with illusions. Modern Strigoi? No. Ushoran was essentially a spy master of sorts during his mortal life, which earned him the epithet or the title of the... I think it was the Master of Masks or the Lord of Masks. But Ushoran had like a really interesting gimmick for that and was able to hide his monstrosity a lot of the time. But that went away as Ushoran's madness like became to started to dominate more and more of his personality. And what's left of his line, they're basically like completely consumed by. Why did I bother with Quarrelers when I'm about to get Rangers? But his line has kind of degenerated to the point that very, very few of them. Oh, we can get Longbeards now. Goodbye, Dwarf Warriors. Friendship ended with Dwarf Warriors. Now, meet my new friends, Longbeards. So that would give me 4 shields, 2 great weapons. I don't think we're gonna go double blasting charges. I think maybe we'll take 1 blasting charge.
You know who I am.
And I'm gonna have access to like. I think I'm gonna have access to Bugman's, right? Requires a drinking hall. Yeah. Oh, okay. So we can have like good rangers. I don't need Quarrelers then.
I am the White Dwarf.
Yeah, I just. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna need Quarrelers. It's fine. Okay. Cool. Could a Black Orc kill an Ogre Bull? Yes. A Black Orc is like just as tough and just as strong, but is way better armored. Could I sing you a Dwarven marching song? Unfortunately, I don't have any Dawi songs committed to memory. Especially because Games Workshop was never particularly great about fleshing out that specific of stuff in their universe. Oh, give me that Bugmans! So give me... I think 3 Bugmans is fine. 2 cannons... 4 shield bros. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 great weapons. I think we've got a lot of AP. So we'll take another shield bro. Looking good. Looking fine. And then, God, yeah, we need to hurry up and start wrangling with the greenskins, because I really want to go help out the Empire as fast as I can. I'd rather the Empire not get just completely curb stomped by the vampires, if at all avoidable. Mandalore Gaming, hey, what's up, my dude? Good to see you. Mandalore, when are we gonna, like, do something? When are we gonna, like, play Vermintide or something? Some nonsense. I have to say, Mandalore, I have to thank you. When I woke up this morning, you know, stuff's been going on. I didn't exactly wake up in the best mood. And I opened Twitter and I saw your response tweet to like to GOG tweeting out about the Tau Fire Warrior video game. Oh my god, that killed me, dude. That cracked me up so bad. So thank you for that. That started my day off on the right foot. And it's good to see you, my man. Hope you're doing well. What do we put here? I guess let's put Slayer Shrine here. Oh, we can get some Slayers. You know, I tried reaching out to the guys who do all the dwarf songs on YouTube, Clam Movie Proofidus or whatever it is, because I really would like to commission them to do a Warhammer Fantasy song, because there are Warhammer Fantasy Dawi songs. Like dwarves tend to be more about battle songs as opposed to marching songs. And I would love to see one of those brought to life. Mandalore sounds good, my dude. Clamavi de Profundis, thank you.
Do not sully my presence any longer.
Dude, Skaven, no. I have too much integrity to team up with verminous rats. Backstabbing little bastards. Okay, I'm back. What happened? Not too much. We're kind of in the phase of the dwarf campaign where we're just, like, building up our territory. So, we're just reinforcing. But, we're about to start... Oh, here we go.
Right.
Boom! Finally made a move on our, quest for Grombrindal. Defeat 2 greenskin armies. Perfect. Okay, Felix, come home. Or start heading vaguely this... Oh, wait, no. We don't want him to go home. We want him to go north, I think? I think he's supposed to go to, like, Kemperbad for this quest, if I remember right. Okay, we got a pretty sexy army, I'm not gonna lie. Those greenskins are in for, like, an ass-whooping here in a good moment. What are the odds of getting a Vampire versus Dwarf Lord pack for Game 2? Unfortunately, I think very, very small to non-existent. I do not think we have a very good chance of seeing a Dwarf or Vampire count DLC. I think if they were going to do that, they would have already done that. Ooh, join Confederation. Hey, Zuffbar. Hey, baby. Mods or not? The only mod I have that actually affects genuine gameplay is 2 skill points for Lords only mod. Everything else that I use is cosmetic. Ooh, wow. Underway Lookout is actually very good here. Get out of here, Coon Dragon Slayer. Oh, Skaven Denial. Heresy. Get out. Get Barrington Stoneheart in here. Barrington is too awesome not to have. Barrington is just like one of the best dwarf kings in the setting. Love Barrington. Okay, Gotrek, hold the line at Gumbad by yourself, I guess. Grombrindal, we have asses to kick. Let's go! Oh, we got a bonus thing. Who can start? I don't think I want to antagonize the vampire counts more than I have to. I want to try avoiding fighting the vampire counts, at least for the moment. Inquisitor Thomas, get that heretical shit. Get that heretical shipping out of my chat. Shipping culture. It is one of the most degenerate of all diseases. Alright, I guess Thorgrim's gonna need an army to hold down Zuffbar. Or, not Zuffbar, Mount Gumbad. Ooh, things are about to start getting spicy. Oh, what I was going to say is I do think there's a reasonable chance that we could get a dwarf or vampire count free LC character to be added into all the shenanigans going on right now. You know, like the Vortex campaign, but I think if they were going to do DLC, they would have already done it. I will, for the life of me, I will never understand how Creative Assembly could have a discussion at their headquarters where they go, oh, we should do, damn it, Grimgore, we should do we should do, like, humans versus lizardmen, and we should do, Hyles versus greenskins, and that's it. Like, that's where they stop. That will literally always blow my mind. As one of just the most, like, shocking decisions I've ever seen. How bad is this? Ah, dang it, it's a Eshin dude. If this was any other character, I feel like Gotrek could handle this. But I don't think Gotrek can beat this because of the Eshin guy. Because he'll just kite Gotrek into oblivion. Oh, but I can get Coilers now. That'll make this much easier. Okay, I still have disposable income. Nice. Let's work on your assassination. Barrington, I want you to come north and help me with these rats. I think Zuffbar will be okay for a little... God dang. Events minus 11? What event do I have going on for my... Oh, okay. I've got Migration and Confederation going on at the same time. Whoops.
How can I help?
I think, like, every single kingdom is going to be rebelling. I'm a good leader. I'm shipped in a love triangle with Legends and Major Kill. Ooh, that's going to be a yikes for me, dog. That's way too much Australian in that sandwich.
What brings you to the halls of my ancestors?
Hey! Oh, good. Ungrim managed to cut off their attack route to me. Good boy, Ungrim. How about instead of me paying you, you pay me? Nice. Ah, Grimgor Ironhide. I'm gonna slap this hoe or something. I'm not sure where I was going with that. Ugh, it's hot. It's hot. Chat, I need it to be September already. I hate this time of year. I need to get a summer home in the southern hemisphere. That way when it's summer in the north hemisphere, I can go where it's winter. Okay, I don't think Grimgor is going to come to us. So we're going to line up our war machines to press for this hill. And then we can have our rangers on the hill to spy on him. Spread them out just a hair. This army is so good. You know what? Let's do a line of shields. And then we can have great weapons behind. Put these dudes over there. Pew-pews back here. And whirligigs over there. Alright. Alright, let's hustle. Oh no, he's coming to us. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Back up. Back up. If he's coming to us, then I'm going to let him. Okay. Fall back. Fall back. Copters, let's keep an eye on this. Alright, let me get set up proper. So let's do Grudge Thrower. Okay, I don't want to fight at this exact spot because that's a really bad incline against us. So we need to get back to like, see, like this incline right here is going to be really, really bad. So we're going to back up to like make our front line more like around here. That'll work out much better. Does he even have shooting units? I don't see any shooting units. Go give those black orcs a taste of my mind. Are there any Strigoi lords that are notably lucid? Yes, there's one. And his name is Nashrak. Which is like Gnashrak. Nashrak is known as I think his epithet is the Black Prince, but he's a border prince. So if you go to the border princes, he owns like a substantial amount of territory there, and basically his entire gimmick is that he is incredibly lucid for a Strigoi, much less a vampire, and his whole thing is that he's actually kind of comical as a character, because while he is like a horrifying vampire monstrosity, he's very noble, and he has like a lot of human subjects, and he genuinely cares about them. So like Nashrak the Black Prince is very, very big on protecting his people from like bandits and random like creatures and other stuff like that. And one of the things that he's super famous for that makes him really funny, in my opinion, is that Nashrak has basically been looking for a wife. And so Nashrak's whole thing is that despite the fact he's not pretty to look at. Like, he's hideous, right? Because all Strigoi are monstrous. So he's like this monstrous abomination. But he's apparently very, very nice and courteous and kind of chivalrous. And his whole thing is he wants to get a waifu. So basically he has dedicated a significant amount of his fortune as a border prince to hiring bards to travel the realms, or to travel the kingdoms of the old world and basically sing songs about, like, how handsome and awesome he is to try and, like, get women to come potentially date him. Like, that's his, like, main, that's, like, his only focus right now is trying to get a wife. But he's actually done heroic things. Like, he doesn't prey on his people. The only people he ever feasts on for blood are, like, criminals or bandits. Like, if anybody attacks his lands, he will absolutely tear them apart and devour them. But he's done, like, a bunch of really badass stuff. Like, there was once in it, like, a ogre tribe, like a big old pack of ogres, attacked his little border princedom, and he was not having that. So he literally, like, went out and fought all of the ogres by himself and won. Because he's, like, ridiculously powerful. He is not a character that messes around. So he absolutely just bodied the ogres. And it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Come here, Grimgor. I want you over here. Copters, come over here. Iron Drakes, let him up!
Dawi, you're ready! Take aim! Killers! Range far!
And skadoosh. Skadoosh. Good job! Look like it might be doing a bit of friendly fire. Oh, all ranged units. All ranged units. Guard stance, thank you. I see you, piggies. Okay, Grimgor's putting up a little bit of a fight. Guys, let's get him some breathing room. Okay, guide them off. Ah, Grombrindal's winning! Kick his ass, Gromby! Okay, these guys are going to be unbreakable for the little bit that they're going to keep fighting. Yeah! Get out of here, Grimgor! You big bitch. Guns! 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 Get rid of the pseudo-invincible Black Orcs, please. Cannons, open fire on Grimgor Ironhide, please. Let him have it! When in doubt, cannons. Okay, the Black Orcs are actually dying now. Good, good, good. Victory! I just realized, could Nashrak be Warhammer's version of Beauty and the Beast? Probably, actually. I think he is, in kind of a goofy fashion. Can he reproduce? No. No, not traditionally, no. He's undead. Nashrak could have, like, children by, like, passing on his blood kiss. But I think his thing is, he's not trying to attract a wife for the purpose of procreation. He's trying to attract a wife for the purpose of, like, better establishing his kingdom, and also because he's lonely. Dev, I swear to God. I swear to God, man. Hide Striker is such a good trait. That's another thing. That's probably... God, I have so many, like, video projects buzzing around my head I want to do. Another thing I really... like, another video project I really want to do is, like, looking at all of the traits you get for defeating all of the characters in the game, and, like, finding the ones that really suck, like Kazrak, Karl Franz, Archaon, if I recall correctly, is pretty bad. And, like, being like, okay, these are garbage, so this is what they should be changed to. So that they're good and, like, actually make you want to kill these characters. Because, like, killing Khazrak is almost a bad thing. Because you have to, like, waste a trait slot. Oh, I can get Slayers now. Yeah, we'll just pick up 1 unit of Slayers. That'll be fine. That'll make a good rear guard. Who leveled up? I see you over there, Gitter. Really? His name's Gitter? Gitter! Sorry. I've met people I have met people in Texas who talk like that, so just I don't know why that cracked me up so bad, but it did. Excuse me. Are the trait slots limited in number? Yes. There is a limit to how many traits you can have on a character. Alright, so that's that group beaten down. And then let's send Gotrek to intercept Gear. Barrenden, how you doing? Ooh, Axe Lord. Okay, that's actually pretty decent. Let's get you Mason. Oh, you leveled up twice. Obstinacy and Lord of the Deeps. And then we'll send you home to Zufbar pretty quick. Let's send you over to Karak Dromar. I want to know what these rat bastards are up to. Okay, we looking good? Good. What is kind of... Okay, you're building growth. You're building nothing. Should be building growth. And you I can't do anything with just yet.
You have a proposal?
Okay, you're not going to give me military access. That's cool, I guess. Nerd, but whatever. There's a mod that lets you turn off unwanted traits. Well, that's great, but that doesn't solve the problem. That's just like a... It's like using duct tape. I want to, like, fix the manufacturing. So, I see people asking about Isabella and Vlad. When Isabella met Vlad, he did not look like what we remember Vlad to look like. Vlad von Karstein was very handsome in appearance when he met Isabella. He would eventually turn into that, like, hideous-looking monster, but Vlad would only turn into that once he revealed himself as... Ooh. The White Door's throng arrives. Bunch of chaos. They've got beastmen. Grombrindal thinks it's worth the wait to taste one of Bugman's legendary brews. Or save it. I will save it for my victory feast. Move a character to Minland. You got it. Race against time? Oh, that's... Oh my god! 50% bonus campaign movement? Whew. That's pretty quick! That's pretty quick!
How can I help? You have my axe.
Good lord, like supersonic dwarf.
Woman,
That moment when all of your Dawi just, like, randomly turn into Sonic the Hedgehog for a good half second. Alright, let's get you good at fighting, my dude. Let's get Ancestral Grudge, because we're going to be fighting a lot of Urk. And then let's pick up the last point in scouting so I can find more magic items to break down.
my axe thirsts.
Barrenden, I want you to return to Zufbar. Gotrek, I want you to set up an ambush here in the pass. And... Grombrindal, do you have any empty slots? Nope, you're good. What about you, Runesmith? Runesmith, you need some armor, my dude. Oh, no, I'll save up so I can actually get good stuff. Okay, that's fine. The Border Princes have taken Dwarf Country. Oh, don't worry, we'll take it back. Please exterminate the Border Princes. And everybody hates the Border Princes. How does the Blood Kiss work? Generally, the way the Blood Kiss works is... It varies from vampire to vampire. Or bloodline to bloodline. There are, like, subtle differences. But generally how it works is you are basically... it's like a reciprocal situation where, like, you will be bit and then the vampire will feed you some of their blood. And what it actually tends to do to you is usually it will result in you, usually it will essentially result in you, your body will die, very, very painfully, traditionally. Not always, but usually. And after you die, basically a bunch of dark magic will course through your system until it essentially very rudely awakens you into undeath. But becoming a vampire is never a pleasant experience. It is always, at bare minimum, what we would call a bummer. Yeah, give me a tactician. Tactician is so good. Okay, let's get the rune pairing. God, I hate what they did with runes in this game. It's so bad. Ah, he fell for it.
Atone my sins.
You silly little goblin. I have plus 50% movement. You can't get away. And you're dead. So falls Geeter. Okay, we've returned to Zufbar. And the Skaven don't look like they've got, like, a really good system going here. So I think it's time for Barrendon to take his home back. What do y'all think, chat? I think it's time for grudges to be avenged. Alright, let's start working on diplomacy a bit. So I can get mankind to like me. Oh, we can get a half-decent item now. What am I about to pick up? The Rune Axe. Win 2 fights against Norska? But they're so far away! God, that's gonna be a slog. Okay, we're about to get our armor. Well, I need to get something for the Runesmith. But I could give the Runesmith my armor. So I need a weapon or a talisman. I think a talisman would be best. Are there any really good talismans I can get right now? Trollslayer Amulet's not bad. Prospect... What about enchanted items? What do we got? Prospector's Spyglass. Ooh, Troll Gauntlets. Yes, give me Trollslayer Gauntlets. Those will be excellent on Grombrindal. Give him that sexy bonus versus large. You do not need Warrior Bane. Thank you. Alright. Next turn, we will go do that quest battle. Oh, dang it, but I already have the other Trickster Shard. Shit. That's fine. We can put it on our Runesmith. We'll usually have him farting around anyway, close by. You can have Warrior Bane. Warrior Bane's pretty good on a Runesmith. Alright, we're good? We're good. We're good? Everyone that can be building something is building something? Oh, Hammer Deep? Why don't you get rid of that and let's get the growth building instead? I think that would be wise. Where, man, that's so dumb. Like, it's not even, you have to fight Norskins, and not only do you have to fight Norskins, you have to fight them with Grombrindal's specific army. And there are no nearby Norskins. Like, good lord. Alright, that's fine. We'll deal with it. We'll have to send, I think after we, like, kick the Greenskins hard enough in the crotch, we'll march off to go, take the fight to the Norskins so I can get the Rune Axe.
All here are honored dwarf.
Sure, if you want to join my war against the Greenskins, dude, go for it. United we stand! Lord Poppinquee, thanks so much for the tip, my dude. Crewmac, thanks so much for using your Twitch Prime sub here, dude. I really appreciate it. Anytime Dark Elves are being hunted, it's a good day. Pronounced Lord Poppinquee. Oh, sorry. You're like, I will include the pronunciation. And then I was like, I will not read it. Okay, so we're about to go do a quest battle. So I think we're going to do Kin of Grimnir. So that our army is, like, super spicy strong. Alright, let's go do this. I love the speeches for Grombrindal. Like, they're just so fun. So I'll even mute myself so we can just indulge in it. Oh my god, what are all these beep boops? Oh, Legend. Legend finished streaming. You're just in time, folks. You're just in time. Grombrindal is about to tell off all these chaos assholes.
Washak! You slime-worshipping Ungi filth merchant! Get your ass and that pit reptile over here! I would have words with your little beast face to face, so that I may lop off its claw and reclaim what is mine. Those scales are from my armor, and no thief steals from the White Dwarf and lives. You and your followers will die. That is my oath, as my kin Grimnir is witness.
Alright! Do I think dwarves get magic? No, dwarves very expressly do not get magic. I mean, they have runes, which is kind of like magic. I mean, it's a type of magic, you could say. Well, thanks for all the beep boops. Legend, I assume you're in here somewhere. Thanks for dropping by, my dude. I saw you were doing Nakai. Are you self-flagellating yourself for some reason by playing that campaign? Because I can't imagine anyone playing that campaign out of genuine enjoyment, but, you know. Sometimes people are struck by madness temporarily. Is it possible if you collect the Books of Nagash to create a vampire elixir that could start a new bloodline? Absolutely. Yes. Neferata created the elixir of... Well, she had help, but Neferata is credited with having created the flawed elixir of immortality that created the vampires. And she, if I recall correctly, only had one Book of Nagash in that storyline. It might be different in the actual Nagash books, but in the army books, which I consider like the OGs for determining what actually happens, Neferata only had a single one of the Books of Nagash, and she managed to create that thing. Lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. Oh, dude, please just end me. 2020 is, you could just get it over with. I won't even fight it. Just put me out of my misery. If it gets me away from 2020, I would welcome Death by Skaven right now. Let's go! Alright, so we'll have the Slayers deal with any of these nasty things coming from the back. And we're gonna have Grombrindal go kick the shit out of this Chaos Lord. Who's this? Hargoth Slaughtercall. Not familiar with him. Dude, fun little, like, note for all you people in chat that may not be aware of this. Legend of Total War has a, like, genuinely disturbingly good, Skaven voice. Like, you could easily put Legend of Total War's Skaven voice in-game, and it would be impossible to tell it apart from, like, the hired voice actors. It's it's suspiciously good. A part of me wonders if he's been making deals he shouldn't have been making. Someone needs to check in on that man's house and make sure, like, the actual Legend isn't, like, just a trussed up corpse and there's a bunch of rats in there for some reason. Cannons the dragon! Slayers! Go help. Ah, here he comes. Bring it on, you big bastard. Okay, come on, fight a little smarter. Oh, that dragon is just getting bodied. Yeah, get out of here. You rat bastard. Easy peasy. And he's dead. Ooh, those longbeards are not in good shape. Wait, now what? More chaos spawn? Sounds like a job for my slayers. And the copters. Go get them! Let's get these longbeards out of here. Gromby, where you at? Okay, you're chasing the sorcerer. Would I want a holiday to the 41st millennium? No, I'll take a pass on that, fam. Thanks though. Seeing as the 41st millennium is designed to be like as horrible and maximize the amount of suffering possible in the smallest amount of space. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a pass. Thanks for the offer, though. Go get them, Slayers. Let's go ahead and have you guys evacuate the premises. Oh, not you. Not anybody but you. I always love when all my ranged units, like, bunch up on each other. So that they, like, just don't shoot efficiently at all. It brings me just bottomless joy. Stop it! How come some spellcasters can use multiple winds of magic while others can't and have to specialize in a single wind? So it basically comes down to the species of the caster in question. People who can learn multiple lores of magic are like god tier wizards, essentially. Like they are individuals who, for various reasons, usually because they're elves, are either gifted or long-lived enough that they are able to master multiple kinds of magic. Most people, like humans especially, or things that have human-like lifespans, just don't have the physical time to master multiple winds of magic. And the thing is, if you try and cast magic from a wind you're like not super familiar with, or you're just learning, and you know like another wind, it's gonna make it very, very likely for you to goof up. And if you goof up, you're dead. Like, you will miscast and your head will explode, or you'll mutate, or demons will possess your body, or rip out of your body and attack everyone nearby you, and like just a whole bunch of things. It's mostly just a heavy safety precaution. Plus, most wizards who are not formally trained, so wizards that you might find like in the Beastmen, or Norskin shamans, or all those guys, they do not learn magic formally. They just kind of like pick it. They just kind of have like a natural inclination, and kind of follow an inner voice or feeling that essentially teaches them how to use magic. And when they do it that way, there's only one lore that they're traditionally drawn to. So they will be casters of that lore, Not because they made like a conscious decision to do it, but just because that's the lore they have like a natural affinity towards. The only time you're gonna see a wizard of multiple lores is if it's essentially someone who has like a very deep fundamental understanding of magic and very intentionally like trains or practices or whatever various lores of magic so that they are able to master a lore that they might otherwise not. If that makes sense. Let's get Barrington some rangers. Yeah, let's maybe do like one with axes. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's get him at least one war machine, just so I can really take the Skaven to task here.
I'm here now.
Good job, good job. Felix, I don't really have anything for you to do out there, so you can head on back. Another... Oh, right, you.
What's your orders?
Let's send you back to Cragmere.
So be it.
Karakirn is not looking too good. That's okay, though. We'll deal with it. What do elves do all day since they live so long? It depends on the elf. Most if you're a wood elf, most of your time is probably spent constantly preparing for war, and or basically like performing whatever your role is within the forest. So you'll be hunting or tracking or like looking for invaders or you know, trying to find like constant beastmen assaults and like where they're coming from. Or maybe you'll be looking for, you know, there's literally like an almost infinite amount of stuff you could be up to. High elves tend to be much more focused on like, I guess one way I would almost call it like wholesome recreation, but not in the sense of like it's feel good, but in the sense that they're like constantly trying to better themselves. Like high elves are constantly seeking to like learn a new skill or like meditate or tend to various hobbies that are constructive and not destructive, to like resist their, you know, their more baser, not great impulses and other situations like that. Or they'll be on patrol because most of the high elf military are individuals that are from they're essentially from like just the regular population, like citizen levies. And they'll basically spend a lot of their time, you know, rotating in because you'll join up with the Lothern Sea Guard for a while to patrol the ocean. Because the High Elves are like one of the most dominant naval powers, so they spend a ton of time sending out ships to go patrol various routes, make sure people aren't trying to head west of Ulthuan, because the High Elves have a very high investment in making sure people don't go to Lestria, don't go to, especially people they don't want going to those places. The High Elves are kind of like the world police, which is why a lot of people hate them, because they kind of like force everyone to do what they want them to do, instead of like minding their own business. But so they spend a lot of their time on that, but a lot of their, I would say most of their time is spent like training or doing things of that caliber. How much money do I make from trade with you, my friend? Oh wait, you and I don't have trade. So could I attack you without getting in trouble? I can! Wonderful. Because if you take Iron Rock, I'm going to break your face. Let's move up to here, pop back into encampment stance so I can get those long beards back to full. Oh my gosh, my income. Oh my god. Oh my god. Go Trek, get rid of your troops. Get rid of all your troops. You don't need them. Good lord. Excuse me for a sec, my dudes.
Anat!
With sword in hand, I follow, in the hope that I will live to finish my works.
An unconquerable monster needs slaying. I like those odds. Who calls me? Our enemies shall tremble. What? The earth will pay. What? Aye, grudges will be settled. Move.
What the hell? That's after like 3 turns of assaulting his garrison, and this is all I've got to show for it? Lame. I actually think this would be this is one of those times where it would be better for him to come outside. But whatever, we'll take the fight to him. Yeah, I was kind of hoping Gotrek and Felix would last a few more turns, but I got what I needed out of them, so that's fine. But we'll try and take Black Crag here. Oh god, he just leveled it up. That sucks. Dang, if we had been, like, if we had come here last turn, we could have hit it. Or no, we would have needed to come 2 turns ago, but, yeah, still. Get rid of those for now. Why would the High Elves care so much about preventing people to go into Lustria? The reason the High Elves tend to want to stop people from going west of Ulthuan is that all of Ulthuan's natural defenses are to the east of it. So, like, the Mists of Yvres, which protect Ulthuan by, like, confusing sailors and basically, like, getting them turned around so they go somewhere else, or they get, like, spit out in the wrong direction or whatever. Those are all things that only work to the east of Ulthuan. So, on one hand, they have a significant investment on making sure people can't get to the west of them, because it would make it much easier to attack Ulthuan. And then, on the other hand, the High Elves have a genuine belief that humanity, which is the only people they've really run into other than Dark Elves, they genuinely believe that humans and most races just don't have any legitimate business in Lustria. Like, they know that's the realm of the ancients. They know it's a place that should not be messed with. Like, the High Elves very intentionally do not go there, because it's just a huge pain in the ass. And they know it's very, very deadly, and they have the feeling, they have the idea that nobody should go there. Like, it should just be left alone to just saturate on its own. But they, you know, obviously there are issues there. Like, and I think in the High Elves' mind, they do it to protect those people. It's, you know, either to protect themselves or to protect those individuals. You know, from the extent of, no, we do not want you to go this direction, because if you do, you're going to be at extreme risk. Or, no, you're a threat to us, so we don't want you going past us to, like, mess stuff up. But either way, like, they just don't want people over there. Oh, all the rebellion's about to happen. Okay. Maybe we'll come back for Cragmere later. I'm more interested in dealing with this rebellion than I am with taking Cragmere. At least at the moment. Because I can have him just keep assaulting the garrison of Cragmere. You know what we could do to really mess up their garrison is... Oh, okay, there we go. He got that really nice trait. But we could, like, attack it to lower the garrison, then siege it so it can't heal, and then every turn basically unsiege it, assault the garrison, just do that over and over until the garrison's, like, basically wiped out. Okay, I think we're gonna attack this when we only have 1 siege tower, because I've got such hilariously superior firepower that I'm pretty sure we'll be okay. Hello from Serbia. Well, hello there. Did the High Elves ever fight vampires for the end times? Yeah, High Elves bumped into vampires all the time. Not like within their realm. Ungrim? This is gonna cause more problems than it solves. But I don't want you to die, bro. Hooray! We got the Slayer King! And I probably just knocked my economy negative. How did you lose Kanakadrin, bro? Come on! You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. Okay. So let's kill these rats. Did he seriously escape? Oh, what a jerk. Ah!
We march.
Gross, 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 gross. Okay, I want you to go
Let us be about this.
here. That's fine. Oh, why would you critical fail right then? How dare you? How dare you? Oh, I leveled up twice. Very nice. Yeah, I'll take that.
Vengeful.
Oh my god, minus 4,000? Ungrim! Ungrim, why would you do this to my economy? How could you do this to me? Ah! Okay, get rid of that. Damn, dude! I get that you like Slayers, but calm down. I don't know if I'm ever going to financially recover from this. Okay. Get rid of one of your miners. Get rid of... let's get rid of the weaker warrior unit. Are you ready to attack Blackrag? Okay, we're just gonna attack Blackrag then. Because I need the money. Like, Ungrim just, like, robbed the bank. Oh my god. Yeah, I can't believe you've done this. If we can win this, then we're fine. Because we'll be able to sack it for a ton of money and then occupy what's left. And I can just work, you know, Grombrindal can focus on cleaning up the greenskins. Alright, so this tower is probably going to be kind of nasty because it's a tier 4, this is a tier 4 city, capital city. So we're going to blow the crap out of that fort tower and then we will focus on cleaning up the rest. So we're not going to send in our towers just yet. We want to wait until we've, like, disabled their siege equipment. Because we really want to... But the good news is my army can hide behind these. So that's nice. Everybody just hide behind the towers. Fire. Quick, quick. Any day now. Dwarves have the best siege towers? I wish that mattered. I wish there was actual differences between the races' siege equipment. How big is Kolek compared to a Dread Saurian? Kolek's Sun Eater... that's harder to answer than you might think. Because what we know about Kolek is... I would need to go double check some stuff. Kolek is a vaguely troublesome character when it comes to his size. I'll get back to you on that. What difficulty is this? Just hard. We're just having fun. I'm not here to, like, bust my balls over something. Hold your fire! Okay, good job. Good job. What do we want to do now? I think the best thing would be to get rid of this wall. Wait, can I put a tower on this? I can't. So I think we'll put both of our towers here. And then we'll just destroy everything else. So let's have the cannons take out this wall. And the grudge thrower, we're going to focus on those black orcs. But we're gonna milk our ranged assault for every penny. Kolek is like Godzilla. His size depends on the story. That's an excellent synonym, metaphor. Kolek is bigger than the sun. That is not how he got that title. That is not why he's called Sun Eater. Kolek's a big boy, but he's not quite that big of a big boy. Are there any black orcs I can reliably hit? I don't think so. Next wave. Come on, you're rank 9. You can be more accurate than that. Oh, beautiful! That was a money shot. Hold your fire. Can we hit these nerds? Maybe. Beautiful job, cannons. Next, I want you to take out that wall. Oh, I might have to scooch all over a bit. Okay, that should be okay. Kolek ate a sun, right? No. No, the reason Kolek is called the Sun Eater is because when the Dragon Ogres originally met with the Gods of Chaos, essentially, and they started making their dark bargain, so the Dragon Ogres were going to sell them their souls and be their, like, immortal servants. Kolek participated in the deal, and along with his father Krakenrock and the other elders of their species, the Shaggots. But the reason he's called the Sun Eater is because supposedly the part that Kolek played in that deal was so sinister, and like what he said and did in his pact with the Dark Gods was so evil that the sun would never again look upon Kolek's face. Like, it refused to ever look upon him ever again. You know, he was basically blacklisted by the sun. So wherever he goes, he's eternally followed around by, like, an immense storm that never ends. Now, whether that's true, or whether Kolek is just, like, so insanely powerful that he just generates a storm wherever he goes, you tell me, you know. What are these orc archers doing? Whatever. I'm not gonna ask. Fire! I know a lot. I know sieges can be pretty boring, and they're very one note, and a lot of people don't like them. But I will say, I do get a stupid amount of enjoyment out of watching, like, artillery machines just, like, pelt people. Is the sun alive? In Warhammer Fantasy? No, it's just a star. It's our sun. It is not a living entity, though many people worship it as one. I don't understand why the AI is doing this, but, you know. Never looked a gift horse in the mouth. Gift horse in the mouth. There we go, as they say. I wish I could alt draw onto the... So every Black Orc we kill is going to be amazing. Want to hear a cheese not even Legend knows about? I'm going to admit I have a substantial amount of doubt that such a thing exists, but sure, you have my curiosity. Oh, if they nail this, this is literally going to be like a god tier volley. Oh! 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 And they're gone. Okay, so we're out of grudge thrower ammo. Still got a lot of cannon ammo that we want to get rid of. Do Bright Wizards have special reverence for the sun? No. The sun would fall more into the purview of Heaven's Wizards, not Bright Wizards. Please, I want an answer. Who is more powerful, Grombrindal or Ungrim? Grombrindal. Grombrindal is more like a demigod. Whereas Ungrim is just like is probably the most martially superior dwarves. Like, Ungrim is like the cream of the crop when it comes to a mortal dwarf. But Grombrindal is like basically a god. Yeah, demigod. I like to think Kola doesn't like the sun because he gets sunburned. Well, I imagine, I mean, considering that he literally is covered like head to toe in brass armor, I imagine that gets hot. Are we able to take down this wall before we run out of ammo? 4. You got 11 volleys between the two of you? Should be enough. Yeah, we'll break this wall down and then we'll invade the hold. Oh, player, I know about that one. I do know about that one. You will see something that has to do with that coming up in the very near future, actually. That's a little too cheesy for me. That's a little too much in the exploiting AI on purpose category, which I try not to do that because I find it ruins my own enjoyment. What am I going to call Black Crag when I take it? Kalakthraz, which is the Dawi name for it. Because Black Crag was originally a dwarf hold named Kalakthraz. And then the orcs took it. Does Ungrim break Gotrek's plot armor? Probably not. Gotrek and Ungrim have never fought, like, to the death, but they have fought. And, like, Gotrek has, like, attacked Ungrim unexpectedly to basically, like, disable him. Or, like, knock him out briefly. And Ungrim has been very successful at doing that. Or, sorry, Gotrek's been very successful at doing that. Okay, Slayers, I do not want y'all on the first charge. I want Longbeards. Come on, get out, you little bastards. Bugmans, to the front! Well, all ranged units, to the front! It's about go time, my lads. Oh, with your last couple shots, I don't know, try and kill that big boss, I guess? Oh my god, it takes those Slayers like 1,000 years to get out of there. Are you guys really coming out one at a time? Okay. Okay, you're out of ammo. Drop, get out of the way. Everybody in, let's go. not the best accuracy I've ever seen. I'll be honest. I don't like taking this free damage. Let's scoot over a bit. Bookmans, we have superior range. Advance! Why can't Gotrek find his doom? It's more of a Destiny shenanigan. The reason Gotrek can't find his doom is actually is explained in the Gotrek and Felix novel called Elf Slayer. So if you want to like read about that, that's the book you'd want to look into to like kind of find out why he's still alive, and like just can't seem to die. There are reasons beyond just pure luck. Like, there is literal plot armor, essentially. There is a force keeping Gotrek alive, much to his irritation. Can we hit those trolls from here? Oh, wait, no. This is a much easier shot. Hit those trolls. Well, nope, there it goes. And... nice! Good hits! Okay. Okay, I can respect that. Who can... oh, it's these nerds. Fire! Longbeards! Let's begin. Gonna have these guys focus on getting rid of all the orc errors. His plot armor doesn't work that well in campaign. Yeah, well, Creative Assembly did not put in his plot armor feature, unfortunately. There's a... oh, what skull is this? From the looks of it, I would say this is probably some kind of, like, primordial wyvern. I don't know. Kind of looks like a wyvern skull. Kind of got like that squat head structure, and it's got like the big horns. I don't know if it directly correlates to anything though, if it's just like rule of cool kind of thing. Whoa, cannons, calm down. I know you guys want to get involved, but let's chill out. Dawi! Let's fly in the copters. Yeah, you magic those towers. Why don't you all go get those gates open? Let's move, folks! Let's move! Cannon fire, damn it! Open fire! Looks a lot like a zombie dragon from Tabletop. Ah, could be that. Could be a dragon skull. Yeah. Yeah, y'all get the hell out of here before you take any more damage. Okay, good job. We got rid of that group. Now let's focus on the really, really hard to kill group, because they're like right in the front there. Up you get! Longbeards, into them! Hey, copters, come over here. Oh, this is like a beautiful, easy kill on a bunch of those dudes. I want to get rid of these freaking archers. Longbeards, let's move! I don't want to send them... no, we can go ahead and send them down. Go get them, lads! Not you, Runesmith, thank you. Up! They're like barely flying over this wall. Boom! Beautiful. See if we can take out that shaman. Runesmith, get down there. Longbeards, support them. Guns. Oop. Fire! Oh, I love it. Ooh, that hurt. Yeah, I don't like your magic, dude. Yeah, I think Black Crag is firmly in our hands. Oh right, they have those things. Slow him down. Bugman's inside. Guns inside. Don't forget about the gyro bombs. I already used all my bombs. We're doing okay though. I imagine the mass panic is coming very, very soon. Fire! Oh, here it comes. Ah! Reclaimed. Good job, lads. Who would win, a horde of xenomorphs or a chaos horde? Honestly, I think chaos would beat back the xenomorphs. I think it would depend on, like, how varied the chaos horde was. If you meet a chaos horde and, like, it's just pure like undivided warriors of chaos, I think the warriors would lose due to, like, the hilarious amount of acid. But if it was like a mixed chaos horde, like they had all sorts of different gimmicks and stuff, I honestly think chaos would take the win. Okay, so let's sack it. Gambler's armor, not bad. Boom. Karak. Draz. Back in proper dwarf hands.
The dwarfs need me.
As it should be. You know, honestly, I think once we have the greenskins, like, fully routed here, which the greenskins are actually in pretty bad shape from the looks of it, but once we have the greenskins, like, really effectively routed, I think what we'll do is just, I don't think I'm going to attack Cragmere. Well, I really wanted to attack Cragmere, though. Oh, good. I can actually afford what garbage I have now, so that's good. Let's send Ungrim down to clean up Gunbad. Yeah, let's upgrade Gunbad, because if I upgrade Gunbad, I can get Brightstone Mines, which Brightstone Mines would be very helpful right about now. Oh, I have a Runesmith. Ugh, taking care of Kadrin is going to be a chore. But I think once Grombrindal starts marching north, I think we'll just... Because I want to get my armor, so I think we'll send Grombrindal north to fight Norska. And then... or to get my rune axe. And once he's up there... I think we're just going to cut west. Like, we'll probably try and capture the Norscan holds. Norscan dwarf holds. once we have those, I think we'll just cut west and head for Malekith. But yeah, taking back Carrick Draws is a big deal. That actually deals the Greenskins a pretty significant blow. So that's good. I want you to focus... well, we're definitely not attacking Cragmere anytime soon, I can tell you that. So I want you to just hang out near Zuthbar and worry about beating back rebellions. Undercity? In Nashrak's Lair. Well, we're going to have to get rid of that. What's the flying thing above Ekrund? I will check. I think it's just a wyvern, if I remember right. Do I think Creative Assembly should put Nagash in Warhammer 3? Yes, I do. Ah, shit. Of course he's confederating with the Bone Rattlers. Okay, I think the Greenskins are just contained to the north, though, now. I don't think there's any Greenskins south of us. Oh, I'm at war with the Bloody Sons? Or the Bloody Hands? Damn, that's going to make this complicated. Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to not worry about the Skaven for right now. Yeah, Nashrak's Lair is totally boned. Yeah, it's super boned, so I'm not even going to bother getting rid of the Undercity. Okay, you just worry about holding Zuthbar. Man. Decisions. Why don't you heal up for a hot minute? I guess we'll have to take the fight. Yeah, that's a wyvern. Above Ekrund. Yep, just a wyvern. Which, as you can see, its skull structure is very similar to that big skull. Where it's got, like, the big horns and it's got the big fangs. So, I'm thinking that skull outside the Greenskin settlement is just a very large wyvern. But, yeah. We're in a bit of a pickle, chat. Because, like, a part of me really does not want to march south to fight the Greenskins. Because I want to go north, but I don't really feel like I have a choice in the matter. How long till I unlock both of these? Rank 18, which is very close to rank 23. I think we'll try and keep Grombrindal in a general ballpark around us. At least until we've unlocked all of his quest lines. That way we don't, like, accidentally get, like, the Rune Helm of Valea requiring us to go somewhere, like, stupid. You come south. And then, let me check. Oh, definitely not Snyder. Thank you very much for the tip, my dude. And he says, to re-ask a question, someone in chat asked your opinion on if Ungrim Iron Fist could beat down Belegar's defenses. You know, funny enough, that's actually one of, like, the most hotly contested debates among dwarves in the actual lore. Is, there's, like, a lot of conversation among the Dawi about whether Belegar Ironhammer or Ungrim Iron Fist is considered, like, the best. Like, because both of them are considered, like, the ultimate pinnacle of, like, combat prowess among the Dawi. But there is a ton of debate about, like, which one of them is truly the master. And, like, we never get real confirmation of that. I will say that I do think that I think Ungrim could hit hard enough that he would be able to cause he's strength rank 1. And can I get peace with the Bloody Hands just so I could get them off my back for a minute? Nope. Yeah, it sucks. I don't think we have a choice, chat. It sucks, but I think we just have to dedicate a lot of firepower to dealing with that son of a bitch. You know what? I was gonna have him ambush outside Gunbad, but I don't think that's worth the risk. I'll just leave him inside because that Skaven army is trash. I just need it close enough that I can have the garrison to help me fight. Okay, the good news is we'll be able to strike out quite a few grudges here in a hot sec. But yeah, so we're going to send Grombrindal west to go take back Barak Var and push back push back the bloody Wurzag and his lads. Because I can't afford to just leave them there. It's just not an option. Wait a minute, this isn't Return of Reckoning? No, but it is the Age of Reckoning. Because that name does technically come from dwarves.
Do not sully my presence any longer than you must.
No. What is the historical difference between dragons and wyverns? So in Warhammer Fantasy, dragons and wyverns come from a common ancestor, supposedly. Funny enough, dragons, are intelligent enough to actually ask this, and apparently asking a dragon if they have any form of ancestry to wyverns is, like, incredibly insulting to a dragon. That is, you should not ask that of a dragon if you value your life and you think that there's even a fraction of a chance that that dragon might, like, just bite your head clean off. Because dragons get very irritated by that, even that, like, as an idea. It's considered no point, like, not kosher to ask them that. But from what we can tell, it's theorized that the wyverns and the dragons have, like, a very, very ancient common ancestor before they split off from each other. And that essentially, dragons... but the big difference between them in fantasy and between the two species, at least, is that just basically dragons are much more powerful. Like, dragons are physically larger, stronger, better, faster. But dragons are larger than wyverns. They're usually not faster than wyverns. Wyverns are usually one of the fastest creatures, scaly creatures in the air. But dragons are larger, they breathe fire, and they have 4 limbs. Both in that they have 4 limbs, if you don't count their wings, and they have, like, 4 limbs, like, front limbs. Wyverns only have those, like, back legs, and then their wings, and that's it. But wyverns are kind of like the disgusting, generally disliked, like, messy, gross eaters of the large reptilian world. They're very disliked by dragons and other dragon-sized entities, or dragon-like entities. They're very disliked, and it's just because they're literally just, like, filthy, disgusting creatures. Like, I think one of the most impressive things I've ever read about a wyvern is when Queek Headtaker fights a wyvern. Like, Queek Headtaker fights this really, really powerful orc war boss who rides on a wyvern. And it's noted while Queek is fighting this thing, it's noted that while Queek is fighting this wyvern, it's literally, like, devouring Skaven faster than it can digest them. So, like, to make this physically possible, what the wyvern basically does is it's, like, defecating as fast as it's eating to just make room for more stuff. And it's just, like, it's like, it's an interesting image. Oh, yeah. I was essentially saying I think Ungrim could hit hard enough that although the Shield of Defiance would definitely hold back, like, the Shield of Defiance would be more than capable of holding back the Axe of Dargo. I don't know if Belegar himself would be necessarily super well up to the challenge, considering how much of, like, a hard time he had against Gorfang Rotgut's, like, sheer strength. But then again, I feel like when it comes to just pure raw physical power, Gorfang is probably stronger than, like, any dwarf. Just because he's, like, literally, like, the second largest orc we know of. So, I don't know. Those two fighting each other would be, like, a whole thing. just want to get rid of this tower just so I can feel safe. Like 1 or 2 volleys ought to do it. Do zombie dragons ever retain their intelligence? No. Animating something like a zombie dragon, just due to its size and the power that it already has, is so absurdly difficult that in order to have any kind of hope of restoring its intelligence would require magic beyond that anybody wields. Except for, like, end times Nagash. But you really wouldn't want that to happen with a dragon. Like, restoring a dragon's intelligence would probably be considered a bad idea by most necromancers. Because you generally don't want your puppets to have any more intelligence than they absolutely need, you know? Alright, lads, let's get to work. Warzag thinks he's all cute and an actual threat, and I think he is very wrong. He's got pump wagons. Ow. Can a wyvern defeat a dragon? Yes, but very rarely. And it almost purely has to do with the fact that the wyverns tend to be faster. And also they have poison. That's not how digestion works. Well, it's a fantasy creature, so I mean, what are you gonna do? All I remember from that scene is there literally being something along the lines of a quote that said, I want to say it said something along the lines of, like, Queek, as, like, he's watching this thing, like, attacking and consuming clan rats and storm vermin. It's literally, like, defecating, like, half-digested corpses. Like, it's very weird. it's a weird scene. It's like, I get it, it's an orc mount, it's supposed to be, like, kind of nasty and stuff, but this, this is a little odd. Wurzag's just too busy dancing to, like, give a shit about all of his soldiers being, like, bombarded. God, how do I keep hitting that stupid chimney? I wouldn't mind the idea of stuff like artillery hitting, like, building terrain if it was able to destroy it. I hate when you hit, like, a piece of building, it's just like, oops, and doesn't break it at all. It's like, that's dumb. It's very dumb. What about here? Can I hit here without somehow striking a building like an idiot? Up, up! Nice. How did you hit that? Where are you aiming? Thank you. Good God. No, 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 no. You turn off fire at will. You fire where I tell you to fire. Actually, let's put a couple shots into Wurzag. Which race would I be if given the chance to be high up on someone's pecking order? Lizardman? Being a Slan sounds awesome, dude. Like, yeah, it requires like a little bit of busy work of making sure like the demons of chaos don't like manage to break free and invade the planet and kill everybody. But if that happens, like the world's boned anyway. So, like, you're functionally immortal. You're the strongest wizard breed in existence, and you can sleep for hundreds to thousands of years at a time and just enjoy yourself. Live your best life. You can't go wrong. Alright, Thunderers, let's get to work. Head up to the next layer here. As soon as we go on these walls, we're gonna attract some attention. See you in hell, Doom Diver. Warzag dancing makes you happy. I will say, it would always a little bit bother me that when we got Warzag, they didn't just like go, okay, here's Warzag, and then here's just Savage Orc Great Shamans. Like, because they didn't do that, and now we're stuck in this super annoying position of having to, like, beg for it every single time there's even mention of Greenskins getting an update. And it's just, it's not bueno. It's not bueno. Alright, Longbeards. In we go. Take the fight to these greenskin filth. Yes, by all means, keep obliterating the Ekron miners. They are getting their money's worth. Alright, let's move, people! Let's move! Got a job for you. Cannons! Fire at will. I guess that was a suggestion. Fire! Get rid of those ranged units. Rude. Whoa, why are y'all way the fuck over there? That is not at all where you were supposed to be. Bugman's counterfire. Gromby, if you would. He should be near death. Yeah, he's going. Do they have any howitzers in this universe? Remind me what a howitzer is. Beautiful. Good job, lads. Alright, you lot advance down the hall here. Go with them. Y'all can see something? Ah, there you go. There you go, right down the hatch there. Alright, close this gap. Close the gap and let the Iron Drakes do their job. Oh, Grumpy. And flash bomb. Did I still not get them? Good grief. Beautiful. Kill Warzak. Kill the trolls. There is nothing more satisfying than defensive geometry. I don't care who you are. Would I want to be a dragon if I could? What kind could I be? Of course I'd want to be a dragon. Who wouldn't want to be? Who would say no to being a dragon? That being said, based on Warhammer Fantasy Dragons, if I could be any dragon, I would probably... I know I'd want to be an Emperor class dragon. That way, you know, you're basically just short of being a god. And, God, which version, though? What would be the best version? I mean, if you wanted to be, like, unstoppably powerful without, like, the crazy bad downsides, I would think you'd probably want to go for one of the big elemental kinds, like a frost dragon would be pretty badass, like an Emperor class frost dragon. People would leave you the hell alone, but you'd still be, like, god tier. And you could just kind of hang out in nature, and you could live in, like, really hostile environments where people would not be able to mess with you. So, I would say that would generally be considered a good idea. I would think. God, I own all this garbage, and my finances are still, like, barely above acceptable levels. I'm a little worried about Hammer Deep. Oh, his army sucks. Let's go punch him in the face. You got this, Barrington. Ungrim will wait for you to get a little closer. Let's go and grab this. Oh no, we'll wait till next turn so I can get the discount. I gotta have my discounts. Alright, hopefully we can capture Varenka Hills without interference from Akendorf, and then we'll strike for Barakvar. Aren't dragons slowly going in a racial-wide coma? Many of them have, but not all. Some of the like the greatest spooky magic or mighty dragons are still alive. Generally, they tend to wake up when there's like a really big storm of magic, or if they live in a place that's saturated enough, either with magic or it has remained cold enough that they're able to like comfortably stay awake. Oh, we got a Ungrim Slayer crown. Ah, we unlocked Thorgrim Grudgebearer. It's a dwarf party. It's a grudge party. This is mine. Urk filth. Well, that's good news. I really like Barrington, but I mean Thorgrim Grudgebearer is just flat out better. So I'm sorry, Barrington. Don't worry. We will hire you back as soon as we can. But we gotta have the High King first, my dude. High King comes first. Sorry, not sorry. Yes! Yes! Alright, Thorgrim. Let's go chase down big old Grimgor Ironhide. Give me a Choirmaster. What is Zufbar? Iron? Yes. So we could do... Where's the iron? Iron mines. Dwarf tattooist. Don't need a Slayer ward yet. Powder maker would be good. Stonemason. Okay, and for the last one, just give me goldsmith. Dude, Ungrim's gonna get spanked when he gets over here. Or not Ungrim, Grimgor. Especially because we got rid of his wizard. Upgrade Kadazakadak. Varenka Hills is secure. Let's save our money for the moment. Alright, I'm a little worried at how fast we're expanding, but I think we're doing okay. We've got the actual greenskins isolated to a single side of our hold, which is nice. And we just slapped the crap out of what's his face? Wurzag. So hopefully we'll be well positioned to just keep pushing Wurzag back with Grombrindal while we focus other shenanigans down. Oh yeah, the Gambler's Armor. We can give that to the High King. Make him a little tanky. Wouldn't mind Gotrek coming back soon, because having, like, Gotrek as a lord is a little silly, but it is really nice having Gotrek not cost upkeep. We still need the True King of Karreg Peaks. Don't worry, we'll get Belegar eventually.
Do not sully my presence any longer.
Yes. Yes. Okay, we got peace with Clanferric for now. That's fine. That just means I don't have to worry about Clanferric stabbing me in the back while I'm focused on that. Recruit a runesmith to get the Cloak of Valea. Okay. How many runesmiths am I allowed to have? 2. Okay. You, I'm so sorry, but you're fired. Peace. Mount Squickhorn. Give me a new runesmith. Ooh. Yeah, give me a runesmith of Grimnir. Nice. Move a character to Peak Pass. Okay, we'll be able to do that fairly soon.
Send me to vengeance. Aye, it will better our cause.
Kick his ass! Kick his ass!
Moving.
Ungrim and Thorgrim fighting side by side. Oh, baby! Gah! Get out of here, Grimgor.
Moving.
Very nice.
The slayer in me seeks death. Good.
Good. March north.
His axe thirsts.
Oh, baby! Brightstone Mine. Okay, don't get it just yet. Get Master of Stone and Steel. Gotta get Master of Stone and Steel first. Since you got Thorgrim now, remember to close the damn door. What, y'all didn't like how Thorgrim died in the end times? What was wrong with it? Y'all didn't think that was a literary masterpiece? What?
The runes are ready.
But Games Workshop and Black Library said it was like the best thing ever written. They charged like $110 for that. You, go to Karakadran. Am I playing SFO? No. I stay away from overhaul mods. They're not really my cup of tea. Wait, where is that? Oh yeah, that thing. I do not need more magic resistance, thank you. I also don't want the pigeon plucker pendant. Get rid of that garbage. That's Umi garbage. Oh, sorry, Ungi. Oh, Iron Warden's Hammer. Perfect Vigor? Yes. Oh, God, that's going to be so good until I get... Yeah, perfect. You can't go wrong with Perfect Vigor. That will hold Grombrindal well until we get him something a little better. Here, Ungrim, you can have the Miner's Pickaxe until we get your axe. I still have enough to get you a... You need a talisman. That doesn't suck. Troll Slayer amulet's okay. Prospector's charge is okay. Yeah, I guess I'll give you Troll Slayer. Speed is not that bad. When are we getting a Dawi DLC? I don't know, man. I want one really bad.
The dwarfs need me.
Okay, the good news is Barak Var will be back in our hands next turn, and that will actually open up a lot of trade for us. So that's nice. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Are Jabberslice known for attacking dragons, wyverns, or any other beasts? Jabberslice will attack anything that come into their territory, or that they bump into. Jabberslice are, rightly so, considered one of the most dangerous creatures out there. Jabberslites are obscenely dangerous. How did Thorgrim die? I've never heard anyone talk about it. The way Thorgrim died, to TLDR it, without being, like, super facetious about it, is that basically what happened... Ooh, am I lazy? I'm kind of lazy. I'm pretty lazy. Okay, that wasn't too bad. We're okay on finances. Barak Var is ours! So basically what happened was when... So during the end times, there was like a big final climactic battle between the Skaven and the dwarves. It was like the battle to determine all battles. And it featured a number of Skaven special characters and a number of dwarf special characters having this big final battle royale. And it was a very strangely written battle because it was kind of written from the perspective of like, oh, they've just started? Like, I'm getting ahead of myself. So, to focus on the important bits, basically what happened was there was this really big final climactic battle. And going into this final climactic battle, we knew a couple things. We knew that this was the 4th book in the end times out of 5. So this was like, this was it for the dwarves. This was going to be their last big showing. And Thorgrim had already been mortally wounded before this battle. So Thorgrim had fought a Vermin Lord, which a Vermin Lord is essentially a greater demon, but for the Skaven. A greater demon with a horned rat, and he fought this really nasty one that is called a Warbringer. And Warbringers are like the most deadly in close combat. Ha ha! Come here, mugs. Pop! Good ambush on Grim. Good ambush. But, Thorgrim had already been mortally wounded by this greater demon. And he was essentially hanging on by a thread. Like, he didn't let any of the other dwarves know that he was mortally wounded because he knew they all would have freaked out. And it would have, like, greatly hurt the morale of his hold. And Thorgrim just was like, I can't risk that. It's too risky. Like, I need my people fighting at their best. And the only way they're going to fight at their best is if they think that I'm okay. So he was basically, like, faking being okay. And not being, like, literally dying. And he goes into this final battle where the dwarves are, like, grotesquely outnumbered. Like, we have never seen this many Skaven, ever. Like, we're talking millions of Skaven on the battlefield, attacking Karazakarak. And it's like, this is it. This is, like, the battle for all the marbles. And it's led by Queek Headtaker, Ikit Claw, and, like, a bunch of other goofs. And so we have this big climactic finale. And in the end, Thorgrim wins. Due to a lot of these, like, really powerful dwarf characters basically showing up at the 11th hour to turn the tide. So, like, Thorgrim gets surrounded because Queek Headtaker kind of lures... Well, Thorgrim kind of tricks Queek Headtaker, but TLDR... Queek Headtaker thinks that Thorgrim has been lured out from Karazakarak because Thorgrim is like, yeah, I'm not going to sit in here and just wait for us to die. Like, we're going to march out and fight like proper dwarves. And if this is our end, then we'll meet it. And so he charges out, which catches the Skaven by surprise. And the Dwarven artillery just, like, of Karasakarak obliterates the artillery train of Ikit Claw. Like, Ikit Claw just gets bodied by the shooting of Karasakarak. And so it finally kind of culminates in this little showdown between Queek Headtaker and Thorgrim Grudgebearer. And Queek, who had been wounded a long time ago by Belagar. Yeah, I know this is not much of a TLDR, but stick with me. It'll be worth it. Queek had already been kind of wounded, so he was a little slower, but he was still super cocky. So he goes up to fight Thorgrim, and Thorgrim just murders the shit out of Queek. Like, Thorgrim just runs up to Queek, and Queek goes in for his signature whirlwind attack, and Thorgrim just goes pop with his the Axe of Grimnir, and the Axe of Grimnir just shatters Dwarf Gouger. You know, his... Oh my god, I have to go all the way to the southern world's edge? Really? So, he's complete... So, Queek's, like, doesn't have a weapon now, and is like, oh, crap. And pretty much at that moment, Thorgrim just catches him and literally strangles him to death. Like, Thorgrim just absolutely murders Queek Headtaker. And it's a beautiful scene. Like, genuinely brought tears to my eyes. Because, I love Thorgrim as a character. And getting to see him just have that amazing badass moment was just, it was perfect. But Queek dies. And when Queek dies, Thorgrim's like, ah, shit, I'm surrounded. Like, I pulled out too far. There are still millions of Skaven. Ikit Claw is still out here somewhere, like, attacking us. And all this other garbage. And just when Thorgrim kind of accepts that he's boned, like, Ungrim Ironfist shows up as the Incarnate of Fire. Joseph Bugman shows up. Like, all these badasses show up, and the Dwarves win the day. And at the last moment of the battle, as Thorgrim is away from the Throne of Power, because when Thorgrim has kind of a bad habit, a noble but bad habit, where whenever Thorgrim, like, challenges someone to a duel, he always gets off, he tends to get off the Throne of Power in the lore, because he's like, I'm not even gonna, like, dignify you as a threat by hiding on, not hiding, but, like, using the wards of the Throne of Power. No, I'm gonna come down there and kick the shit out of you personally. Without any of my, like, godly defenses. And as Thorgrim turns his back to go back to the Throne of Power, this assassin jumps out, this Skaven assassin jumps out, and, like, springs up behind Thorgrim and stabs him. But Thorgrim's armor, known as the Armor of Skaldor, Armor of Skaldor, just, like, is like, haha, that's cute. And so the assassin's blades just shatter on impact with Thorgrim's armor, and he's fine. And he turns around and kills the assassin. So you're like, oh my god. Like, you think he's about to die and he doesn't. You're like, oh, thank god. And these are, like, literally the last 5 pages. So in the last 5 pages, you're thinking, okay, we're safe, like, we're good. And what happens is that basically Thorgrim returns to Karasakarak, and he's ruminating over a bunch of stuff because the Rune of Azamar is shattered, which is not a good sign, and, like, a bunch of other shenanigans are going down. And as he's sitting there, basically kind of, like, thinking about what's happened and what may be to come, on his balcony, which his balcony from his throne room is literally all the way up in, like, the tippy-toppy peak of Karasakarak, and it's a private chamber, so, like, no one's in there, and no one should be able to get in there or up there. Like, it's literally the safest place in Karasakarak, and Thorgrim is up there, and he does this, like, whole thing where he's exhausted, but he's healing. There's, like, a chance the dwarves are gonna bounce back from this. Thorgrim has decided that he's gonna, like, march out and leave Karasakarak, essentially, because he's like, we have to go support the manlings. Like, we've made a promise. I'm not just gonna let our people hide in our hold and die. all this stuff, and we we get a subversion of our expectations, which you may be very familiar with in recent times if you're a fan of Star Wars or Game of Thrones. Warhammer Fantasy did it first. Because what happens is, as Thorgrim comes to these decisions, and, like, there is potentially, like, not a bright new future, but there's at least a chance of fighting back. Thorgrim turns his back to the balcony, and as he's about to walk back down the stairs into his throne room, or his personal chambers, Deathmaster Snitch shows up. So Deathmaster Snitch, who had apparently climbed all the way up Karazakarak without being noticed, and was basically hiding outside this balcony, does like a triple backflip and takes these 3 Weeping Blades that have been like god tier cursed by all of the worst curses the Vermin Lords, which are the greater demons, could possibly think of. Like, the greater demon, the Vermin Lords were like, we have to make these things the deadliest weapons ever used in the history of Warhammer Fantasy. And they only have a single use because they're so dangerous. And Thorgrim's not wearing his armor, because Thorgrim had taken off his armor by this point. And Snitch just 1, 2, 3 gets Thorgrim in the back with all of them. And the last thing that Thorgrim ever thinks is basically, like, Thorgrim knows he's dead. And he basically just thinks to himself that, like, of course, the only way the Skaven were going to be able to kill him was by stabbing him in the back. And then he dies. And when Thorgrim dies, just to make the situation, like, really just eat at your heart of just, like, fuck this part, is that, like, not only does Thorgrim die, but Deathmaster Snitch then, like, saws his head off because the Council of 13 had promised that whoever brought Thorgrim Grudgebearer's head to them would basically just be flat out given a position on the Council of 13. So he saws it off to give it to Thanquol. And after he saws Thorgrim's head off, he then uses a ritual taught to him by the Vermin Lords, and draws like this big ritual circle in Thorgrim's blood on the ground. And when he does that, this ritual circle essentially makes it where the Vermin Lords literally rip open a portal to Skaven Blight, right there at the very top of Everpeak. So the Skaven just completely invade Karazakarak from the top, and they completely obliterate the entire hold to kill everyone off screen. And that's the end of Karazakarak and the dwarves. Essentially. If Ungrim wasn't leading this, or if Grimgor wasn't reading this, we'd have a good chance. Let's fall back. We need more troops. Now the not TLDR? No, that would actually take a lot longer than you think. Like, I know that doesn't sound like the TLDR version, but I can assure you that is the TLDR version.
You know who I am. All enemies shall tremble.
Okay, good. They retook that, so now I can focus all my efforts on punching Wurzag in the face as much as possible. I hate that I'm like having to try and rely on the Skaven. Let's get him! Flying Gobbo. Oh yeah, it's definitely awesome from the Skaven perspective. I think from a narrative perspective and from a... Well, I think from like a neutral... Thanks for the tip, by the way, Flying Gobbo. I think from a neutral perspective, I don't mind that Thorgrim died. I don't even mind that the dwarves were like Karazakarak was destroyed. Like, Karazakarak was going to have to die. Like, there's no getting around that. That's literally, like, one of the most important narrative events that has to happen for the end times, right? My problem with it was that it was a gotcha. You know, it was that they went, like, so out of their way to keep building up this idea that, oh, Thorgrim's gonna die, oh, Thorgrim's gonna die. And, like, they keep adding more and more to it, and then you finally get to the end where you're like, oh my god, Thorgrim survived. Like, maybe he's gonna go join the Council of Incarnates. Like, maybe he's gonna actually motivate the dwarves to go join the final battle. Like, sure, he'll have to abandon Karazakarak, and that really sucks, but, like, there will be something to be salvaged from this. And then they're just like, ha, you fell for it, and they kill him. And you're just like, what the fuck? Like, you didn't get me. You just literally just, like, crapped all over your own story. Like, it's and they don't explain anything. Like they're like, ah, yes, Deathmaster Snitch, using his amazing climbing skills, was able to climb the highest peak in the World's Edge Mountains, or one of the highest peaks. And you're sitting there like, okay, but how did he survive doing that? Why were the dwarves not watching that with, like, hardcore runic protection? Why do they, like, not have a system in place to detect if there are threats in the only vulnerable place in the hold? Like, dwarves can be kind of arrogant, but they're not stupid. Like, how did Deathmaster Snitch survive the freezing cold? How did Deathmaster Snitch not run into any issues? How did Deathmaster Snitch, like, get all of his equipment perfectly up there? And, like, a bigger thing that was also made it a very big gotcha is there was no lead up to it. Like, there was no build up to, oh, Deathmaster Snitch has these weapons. Deathmaster Snitch has been sent to kill Thorgrim. Where is he? Like, there's none of that anticipation. It's literally just a, we got you. Like, ah, we tricked you into thinking that, like, the Skaven made their play, but he's dead now, and, like, I bet you didn't see that coming. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. I wasn't a fan of how it was handled. Alright, Thorgrim. Why don't y'all park for a turn and heal up? Actually, Ungrim, you're in pretty good shape. Let's move you, like, halfway. Like, if Deathmaster Snitch had appeared during the end of the battle and had killed him then, I honestly would not have minded it at all. Like, if the assassin that had tried to kill Thorgrim but failed had just been Deathmaster and he had just killed Thorgrim Grudgebearer, it would have been like, oh my god, like, it would have been like, they got him. Like, oh, that sucks, but they got him. And then, you know, you could have had somebody kill Deathmaster Snitch in revenge or something while other shenanigans happen. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of that storyline. I mean, Thorgrim got treated a lot better than many characters. Like, Thorgrim did get to have a lot of really cool moments in the end times where, like, he kills Queek Headtaker and he killed Gorfang Rotgut. Like, he got a lot of, like, amazing moments in. Debatably, too many amazing moments. Like, I will never understand why it was Thorgrim that killed Gorfang. To me, it should have probably been Belegar or Cazador, one of the two. Having Thorgrim kill him was totally fine. Like, it was a good story, but it was kind of like, that's weird. Like, not bad weird, just kind of weird. But yeah, I don't know. Is Deathmaster just kind of immune to everything in the lore? Well, the problem with Deathmaster Snitch is not that he's, like, invincible or unbeatable. The problem with Deathmaster Snitch is that he doesn't get used very much. Like, Deathmaster Snitch almost never shows up in the lore, but when he does show up, he just insta-wins. And then you never see him again. And that's probably what, like, the big disconnect is that Deathmaster Snitch, I think, would be a much more interesting and fun character if we knew anything about him. Deathmaster Snitch is probably the least explored character of the Skaven characters. Like, even Tretch Craventail has a easier to follow and tell narrative than Deathmaster Snitch does. Like, I'm intending on doing a Deathmaster Snitch lore video here pretty soon. Simply because, Like when Queek comes out, like I might try and rush out Snitch, or I might not. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about it. But like it's doable, simply because like Deathmaster's story is so short and blunt that there's not really a lot to cover. You know, it's mostly like he's this super badass assassin, and he's from Clan Eshin, and his name's Deathmaster Snitch, and Lord Sneak really likes him, and he did this handful of really cool missions, and that's it. Like, you're like, oh, okay, I guess. Like, that technically is a story. You know?
Yes.
Oh, Talisman of Preservation on Thorgrim. I love it. Unfortunately, I don't mean to be rude, Thorgrim, but I'm gonna put it on Grombrindal for a hot minute, because he's kind of our big daddy for this campaign. But I appreciate your effort. Keep it up.
I am the White Dwarf.
Here, I'll trade you. There we go. Thane, I have a job for you. I need you. You know what? Never mind. You're fine. I'll send somebody else to do it.
The throng is mustard.
Is it mustard? Are you sure it's not ketchup? What do I think the plan was for Aliathra eventually? That was the plan for Aliathra. Elves, I am going to kill you later, but right now the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I would very much say that... I would very much say that the plan for Aliathra was to be a gimmick for the end times. Because Aliathra did not exist until 8th edition, and the entire point of 8th edition was to build up for the end times. Like, there was a ton of retcons in 8th edition to, like, pave the way to make the end times work. And one of those things was that Aliathra went from not being a character to being a character. And not only was she a character, but she was, like, a fairly powerful one, who was also kind of weirdly old. Like, Aliathra was super weird. Because, like, her only reason for existing was to make Tyrion go crazy. That is the... Like, oh, Tyrion got super angry that his daughter died. Therefore, he embraces the evil that is Cain and goes crazy and does a lot of horrible shit that doesn't match his character at all, because he's not really his character anymore. He's Cain. Congratulations, you've just learned the entire narrative focus of Aliathra's story. I hope you're happy, because that's it. That's all she wrote. The end. We're done. There's no more. Like it or not. Ugh, we're gonna have to go to war with Queek soon. It's gonna suck. But you have to remember that the end times were super rushed. Like, my biggest thing is that I will never, ever... Oh, here we go. Azhag the Slaughterer versus Ungrim Ironfist and his Slayers? Okay. I'm down. You have to remember that as much grief as I give the writing to the end times, it wasn't the author's fault. Like, they were so rushed. Like, if you look at how big these end times books are, I mean, these things are huge, right? Like, well, this probably isn't the best example because it's green, so it might blend in with the green skin. Here we go. Nagash is like more of a black-ish. But, like, these things are colossal. Like, these are big hunkin' books. And they were pumping them out, like, one a year. Like, I think it was faster than one a year. I want to say it was, like, one every, like, 9 months, give or take. One every 6 months. It was all over the place. And, like, writing is hard, but writing that fast and that much is basically impossible to also be quality. Like, I fully blame Games Workshop headquarters, but I don't, like, hold anything against, like, the authors. Because they literally were told virtually nothing, and Games Workshop was like, deal with it, make it good. It's like, you know. Let's kill some Urk! Oh, dude, I am gonna mess him up. Yeah, as long as we protect our ranged units. Ooh, you know what? If we could take this hill, I would be so happy. As long as we protect our ranged units, we've got this in the bag. What is he casting? Oh, Gaze of Nagash. Wow, I'm amazed that actually made contact. Slayers! See if I can get in range here. I'm casting magic, you dick. Red Ruin! You, take that out. You, get your asses over here. Chase them off. Ah, he's getting away! Get back here! Yeah, I do not think so, dude. Yeah, you can wall all you want. You're not getting away. Okay, you're probably getting away, but, you know, I win. Well, you guys are speed 40. You can catch them. Yeah, good job, lads. Many oaths avenged. It's okay, Ungrim, they got it. I love how fast Slayers are. Does Tyrion know that Teclis screwed everything up? Yes. Tyrion found out what Teclis did when Teclis resurrected him. And there's a good reason that during that final part of Book 5, like, Tyrion refuses to talk to Teclis at all. Like, Tyrion basically hates Teclis by the end of the End Times. And then we got to Age of Sigmar, where they completely erased all of the meaningfulness of that storyline. Because in the End Times, for the Lumineth Realm Lords, they're back to being brothers again. And it's like, oh, okay, so, like, the whole Aliathra plot just doesn't matter in Age of Sigmar. Like, Alariel doesn't give a shit that Tyrion was her lover for, like, hundreds of years. And also the father of her child. And, like, they were, like, literally, like, they were, like, the biggest love story in Warhammer Fantasy next to, like, Isabella and Vlad. Tyrion and Alariel. Like, their stories revolved around each other. And Age of Sigmar was like, yeah, no, fuck that. I don't think there's even been, like, a fraction of a mention of that. Despite that being one of the most important loves in all of fantasy. What did Teclis do? Teclis did everything, dude. Teclis got tricked by Lilith into basically making sure the End Times went down the way it did. Teclis was responsible for tricking, like, Teclis thought he was doing the right thing because Lilith told him it was the only way to save the planet. but Teclis was responsible for convincing a lot of the High Elves to team up with Malekith, which set the events of Cain and the invasion of Ulthuan into progress. Teclis was responsible for his brother taking on the mantle of Cain, even though he tried to prevent it, but he didn't try very hard, apparently, because it still happened. Teclis is responsible for stripping the flame of Ulrich from underneath Middenheim. So Middenheim completely lost its ability to, like, keep demons out. So Archaon's invasion of Middenheim, which should have, or the siege of Middenheim, which should have taken Archaon, like, oh, I don't know, probably should have taken him about, like, weeks, at least. Probably months, but at least weeks. Instead, it occurred over the course of a single day. Because there was no barrier preventing the demons from, like, completely flooding into Middenheim and just curb stomping everything. And, like, Ulrich was not able to help defend the city at all because Teclis stole all of his divine power. What else bullshit did Teclis do? Teclis also, like, was the one that unhinged the vortex on purpose, and which wasn't a huge deal. That needed to happen. But instead of allowing each of the winds of magic to go out and find their natural incarnates, which probably would have resulted in a much better spread of who the incarnates were, Teclis released the winds of magic and then purposefully, like, anchored them, like, grabbed a wind that he wanted and anchored it into a particular elf. So, like, instead of just letting it happen naturally, he would do shit like, oh, okay, well, I want, like, he wanted to resurrect Tyrion with the Lore of Light. So instead of allowing the Lore of Light to sail off and, like, naturally find a host, he basically sucked it up into his staff and kept one of the most important lores of magic for fighting the demons of chaos hostage until the end, when he used it to resurrect Tyrion. Teclis is also responsible for allowing Nagash to be resurrected. Teclis made absolutely sure, teaming up with Lilith, that the, like, he made completely certain that nobody would be able to save Aliathra and stop the resurrection of Nagash. Because he needed Aliathra to die. So that when Nagash was resurrected, his resurrection would be imperfect. Like, he would have flaws that would essentially slow him down for a little bit. That way, Nagash would be forced to team up with the good guys instead of just, like, fighting the Dark Gods and potentially losing, or fighting the Dark Gods and potentially winning. Neither of which Teclis wanted to risk. Because if he lost to the Dark Gods, then they wouldn't have Nagash as an ally, so they would be boned. And if he beat the Dark Gods, well, then Nagash would literally be, like, the most powerful thing in the universe. So, like, Teclis was responsible for the death of Aliathra. Teclis was responsible for the death of Altharion the Grim. Teclis was responsible for a lot of people dying, and most of them died in really painful, horrible ways. But it wasn't really his fault. Like, Teclis genuinely thought that he was doing the only thing possible to save the world. Like, Lilith, who is a god, and who is a god of prophecy, so she can see the future, went to Teclis and told him, hey, if you don't do this stuff, chaos will win and everyone will die. If you do what I tell you to, even though it really sucks, and you're gonna hate what you have to do, and you're gonna feel really guilty about it, at the very least, like, chaos will lose and the world will live on. And Teclis was like, it doesn't really sound like I have a choice in the matter, so okay. And Lilith just pulled a fast one on him. She tricked him. And when Teclis found out that she tricked him, he was pissed. Which, also fun fact, Teclis was actually the one who killed, Teclis killed Lilith too. Granted, she asked him to, but he was still the one that killed her. I thought Eltharion was killed by Archon? Yes. Eltharion was killed by Archon the Black, but Eltharion would not have been forced to fight Archon the Black by himself if Teclis had not been, like, pulling the strings. Does that make sense? Like, Teclis did not land the death blow on Altharion, but Teclis was responsible for the situation that led to Altharion being in a situation where he would die. What did Lilith actually want? So what Lilith actually wanted, and this is a big reason why when I talk about this, I think one of the important things to state that I genuinely believe is that I think Lilith had actually gone insane. And in her insanity, she started doing things that just literally do not really make sense. So Lilith, basically, with her future vision and such, Lilith came very deeply to believe that the Warhammer Fantasy Universe is a cycle. Which some of what she said is true, but some of it isn't. So she believed the universe was a cycle, and that it had just been going around and around and around and around. And basically what had just been happening on repeat for almost all of eternity was that, like, a universe would pop up, the Dark Gods would notice said universe, attack said universe, win, and then there'd be a couple of survivors who would basically scatter and start to found a new universe. That was what she told people was, like, happening. So her idea was to try and interrupt this cycle. She basically said, okay, instead of allowing the cycle to just keep playing out, I'm going to cheat. And by cheating, it's going to allow me to make a universe that the Dark Gods can't find. And so her idea is literally a Hail Mary. But the Hail Mary idea of Lilith was to say, instead of fighting side by side with humanity and all that dumb crap, what I'm going to do is I am instead going to manipulate Bretonnia. And what she manipulated Bretonnia to do is she used all of the brave knights of Bretonnia to basically farm them, the people of Bretonnia, for, like, the most noble souls who would become Grail Knights. And so she, whenever a Grail Knight, someone who could be a Grail Knight would pop up, she would let them take from her power by allowing them to drink from the Grail. And by doing that, they unwittingly entered into a contract with Lilith, where basically she controlled their souls for all of eternity. And so what Lilith then did is she decided, I will use these warriors, these noble badasses who are beyond the scope of badassery. Their souls will basically function as guardian angels for a pocket dimension that I will create and no one else will know about. Now, Lilith cannot create pocket dimensions, but she knew someone who could, which is Erith Kial. Which, if you know your elf lore, Erith Kial is basically the elf goddess of the underworld. And a lot of elves are very, very scared of Erith Kial because she's very well known as being this goddess who's kind of, she's a little crazy. And she really, really hates Ashurin, who of course is the king of the gods. And so her big idea was that since she basically had, like, this super powerful underworld, she would basically farm the souls of dead elves that she could steal away from Slaanesh. And by stealing away these dead souls, she would, like, kind of turn them into undead wraiths, sort of, and would make an army that could fight Ashurin. That's her OG lore. But basically, things got bad enough that Erith Kial, like, had no hope of that panning out. And so Lilith went to the avatar of Erith Kial and said, hey, Erith Kial, I, Lilith, have basically tricked all of the elves into fighting a big civil war on Ulthuan that's going to result in the death of millions. Like, 50 to 75% of the entire elven population is going to die. And when that happens, there's going to be, like, a massive wave of souls going to the afterlife, and it's going to be too many for Slaanesh to grab all at once. And so by using your power, why don't you grab as many of these souls as you can, and instead of using them for whatever your stupid shit is, I want you to use all those elf souls to basically thunderclap and create a brand new dimension, a new pocket universe that will be used to protect my daughter, which she had a daughter with Erloth, who Erloth never knew about until she told him. And he was kind of skeptical of it, and we never saw her. But she was like, I'm going to put my daughter in this pocket dimension, and basically the elves will live on. Only the elves, mind you. So only the elves will live on in this weird little pocket dimension, as long as you use all the elven souls that you take to do this. Arethiel agrees and does this. So she creates this pocket universe. It's being defended by Bretonnian knights, and Lilith is like, mission accomplished. Everybody else is gonna die horribly, but I created something that's separated from the cycle of life and chaos, and yada 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 yada. Which that literally does not make any sense within Warhammer Fantasy canon, but we'll talk about that in a minute. And so all this garbage happens, and what ends up happening weirdly is, so like this is like a major plot point in the end times, right? Like this whole thing Lilith is doing, I would argue, is one of literally the top 2 or 3 major storylines in the end times. Because like so many people die for it to happen, and it's such a big deal. So we're like, okay, this is happening, and finally, a series of shenanigans happen in the 4th book, where Manfred von Karstein... let me explain how goofy this little storyline is. Manfred von Karstein gets sacrificed by Nagash to the Alliance of Order as basically like a good show of faith. That he's like not gonna betray them and he's gonna help them and all this other garbage. So Nagash is like, hey, I'll help you guys. I'll team up, and as a sign that I'm not gonna backstab you or anything, even though I'm the great necromancer and nobody with a brain should trust me under any circumstances, as a sign of good faith, I'm gonna give you the one responsible for killing Tyrion and Alariel's daughter. And Manfred, being an idiot, literally thinks that Nagash is going to give over Archon the Black, because Archon the Black is the one who actually killed Aliathra. But nobody else knows that. The only people that know that are Nagash, Manfred, and Archon. So when he says, oh, I'll give you the one that killed Aliathra, and Manfred is being all freaking smug, standing next to Nagash thinking, Archon's fucked. And then Nagash just turns to Manfred and is like, "Pa!" So Manfred basically gets like, stuff happens to Manfred. And this is why Manfred is like super pissed at Nagash in the end. So you have this big old moment of, so Manfred gets betrayed and imprisoned. And while he's imprisoned, there's this super weird moment where basically what happens is that Manfred, thanks to various shenanigans, when Manfred, there's a conversation that happens where Lilith basically like reveals all of her true names to like prove a point or something. I don't remember why she says it, but there's it makes sense in context. But there's a moment where Lilith is like, I'm so-and-so, like, I am known by these names. Like, some people know me as Ladriel, some people know me as Lilith, some people know me as this other name. And to most people, that's like, fine, whatever, big deal. But Manfred's very learned. And Manfred is literally the only person in the room who that when Lilith reveals all of her little pocket names, he goes, oh shit, that's the Lady of the Lake. Like he's like, he knows that one of her names is literally just a nickname essentially for the Lady of the Lake. So he's like, oh shit, that's that god of the Bretonnians. isn't that hilarious. Like, he realizes that she's been playing him like a puppet. So, how this all ends up mattering is that at some point in this weird storyline, Bellicor shows up. And Bellicor, being like a being of pure shadow, is basically just wandering around the camp looking for something interesting. Like, because he can basically just kind of exist around them without anybody noticing he's there, unless he wants them to. So Bellicor's just kind of moving around, and he finds Manfred in his prison. And Bellicor's like, oh, this is kind of hilarious. So, like, he appears to kind of make fun of Manfred for a hot second. And Manfred's like, hey, instead of, like, being an asshole and making fun of me, how about you and how about I tell you something you don't know? Like, I'll tell you something really valuable, and if I tell you something really valuable, you agree to set me free. You break my chains. And so Bellicor's like, alright, sure. Like, I can't imagine what you could possibly tell me that would be worth it, but I've got nothing better to do, sure, like, shoot your shot. And so Manfred tells him Lilith is the Lady of the Lake. Like, she is literally the god of Bretonnia and the elves. And Bellicor's like, whoa! Like, that's a huge reveal for Bellicor. Because that means that there's literally a god just walking around in Athel Loren, and if he, like, kills her or eats her or something, he can basically take all of her divine power for himself, and he becomes a god, basically. Or at least the next best thing. So he's like, oh shit, okay, deal. And so Bellicor, the first Demon Prince, sets Manfred von Karstein free. He busts Manfred von Karstein out of prison because he's a man of his word, or demon of his word, and he lets Manfred go, especially because in his mind, like, Manfred's gonna help Chaos more than he's gonna help the Incarnates or anything. So whatever, fine. So he lets him go, and Bellicor goes off to kill Lilith. And at this point, we get the scene where Manfred, as he's escaping, runs into Duke Gerard. And Duke Gerard is basically the last Bretonnian Duke still alive. And which he wasn't originally a Duke. I think he becomes a Duke after his cousin dies. But Duke Gerard of Quenelles, I believe, runs into Manfred, and he's like, hey, you're not supposed to be out of your fucking prison. Like, you're not supposed to be here. Oh yeah, you're right. I do have a giant unit of Slayers over there. And so, as Gerard gets ready to fight Manfred, which Manfred's like, I would rather not, because he's really weak from having been imprisoned and basically fed upon by the Oak of Ages, Manfred tells him, tell you what, instead of attacking me, why don't you go ask Lilith about this other name? Because I bet you would be really interested to hear her bullshit excuse for, like, who she is. And Duke Gerard basically lets him go, because Duke Gerard's like, oh shit, like, this is kind of a big deal. So Duke Gerard goes to confront Lilith. I promise this is building up to what we were talking about earlier. Duke Gerard goes after Lilith, and he basically bursts into this big meeting of the Council of Incarnates, and he's like, Lilith, what the fuck? And she's like, whoa, let's talk in private. So they go to this glade, not realizing that Bellicor is spying on them, because Bellicor is trying to wait for an opportunity to kill Lilith. So you just have Duke Gerard, who's... Duke Gerard, I do not believe is a Grail Knight. I think he's either technically a Knight of the Realm or a Questing Knight, but he's a badass. And he essentially looks at this situation and he's like, okay, so he's like waiting for his opportunity. And while when Lilith is asked, or Gerard basically asks Lilith to tell him the truth, and she does. Like, because Lilith at this point, despite having done all this horrible garbage, I guess, and like I said, I honestly think she had gone insane, due to, like, being able to see prophecy and seeing the end times coming. I legitimately think in her insanity that she had managed to essentially remove herself from confronting what she was doing. But when she was faced with Duke Gerard, she was suddenly like, I have done some horrible things. And she tries to basically justify herself to him. So she's like, she tells him everything. Like, she tells him, like, yeah, I'm the Lady of the Lake. I manipulated you guys, and, like, it's always been me. And Gerard, like, basically draws his sword because he's like, you're a monster. Like, you're a demon. Like, you literally are, you deceived us, you manipulated us into being your puppet. You never told us the truth. Like, and you have manipulated, like, who knows how many people of our culture have died believing in your bullshit, and like we built everything we had around you. And she's like, yeah, because I made you better. Like, you were literally just humans. You were never going to amount to anything. You're basically just like dirty apes. And he's like, okay, first of all, fuck you. Second of all, like, we didn't need you. Like, humanity in other places has done just fine. Like, that empire's doing great. You robbed us of, like, finding our own destiny. You literally, like, co-opted the development of our people and claimed that you made us better, with no justification. Like, you're just a monster. And she keeps trying to explain her way out of it. And Duke Gerard gets so mad that he basically gets to the point where he's, like, very deeply considering killing her. And she doesn't really try to stop him, because Lilith is literally feeling so guilty at this point, actually having to own up to what she's done, that she's like, okay, like, I get it. You feel very strongly you have the right to kill me, and you know what? Maybe you're right. The only thing I ask is that if you're gonna kill me, before you do that, let me tell you why I did this. Like, she's so desperate to make Jared not hate her because she feels so bad about it, and for another reason we'll get into a second. But, like, she didn't foresee this, right? She's in this situation where she didn't see Duke Jared finding out the truth. And so she's completely caught off guard. And the thing about Lilith at this moment is, in her mind, she is desperate. She's beyond desperate to keep Duke Jared as part of the Council of Incarnates. The thing she is the most scared of is that Duke Jared is going to get so angry that he just, like, abandons all of the Incarnates, like him and all the Bretonnians, that they'll abandon them and just leave. And basically, like, leave the world to its fate. So she is, like, determined. She is willing to give anything to convince him to, like, keep fighting for the forces of order. So the first thing she does is she tells him, okay, before you, like, get super angry about this and, like, are 100% determined that I'm the bad guy and that none of this was worth it, let me tell you about this pocket dimension. And so she tells him about her little pocket dimension, which she does not want to do under any circumstance. Like, she doesn't want anybody knowing about it, because if the Dark Gods even know about it, this place is, like, basically fucked. So she, like, under no circumstances would reveal this, except for this one circumstance, because it's, if he leaves, like, she knows they're probably going to lose. So in her desperation, she talks about the pocket dimension, but Bellicor is literally right there. Bellicor is right there. So she tells Jared about this, and Jared's like, when she tells him about the pocket dimension, Lilith, being an elf, words it really badly. Like, instead of saying something along the lines of, like, listen, I know this is horrible, I know I shouldn't have done this, but this was the only way for there to be any life outside of chaos, because, like, they're literally unbeatable, like, and they're eternal and all this other garbage. Like, we can't win. So, have you done anything? Oh, okay. Well, I just do a little bit. Oh, don't sweat it. Well, then we'll do it later. Sorry. But so you have this whole thing of she's, you know, trying to convince him that it's worth it and that she's not a horrible person. She did the right thing. But of course, what she basically says is something along the lines, she says something along the lines of like, she's like, I gave your life meaning, I gave humanity meaning, like, it, you know, instead of just being like this race that gets wiped out by orcs or Skaven or chaos, I made you immortal. I, you know, lifted you up to be these eternal guardians of this pocket dimension so that you would forever be able to uphold the vows that you took. And what Jared hears her say is, I have taken away your afterlife. There is no afterlife for you. There is only, like, you never will get to embrace death. The only thing that awaits you is eternal servitude in the name of a power you didn't understand and didn't actively want to be a part of. And so, like, I own you, and there's no getting out of it. You're eternally damned. And he's like, what? So he gets beyond enraged, and he draws his sword to kill her. And when he's like, yeah, we're gonna lose this settlement, but that's okay. Take him out, Ungrim! Take him out! He's got Gitsnick already? What a jerk. And so as they're having this little confrontation, you know, Lilith begs. She begs. Like, Lilith literally gets down on her knees. And she tells Jared, like, I won't fight back. You can kill me. You can chop off my head. All I ask is that you stand by your oaths as a Bretonnian knight, and you fight with order. Like, you fight alongside Karl Franz. You fight alongside Malekith and Tyrion, Alariel, and all those guys. Like I will let you kill me. Just promise me that you will stick to your oaths of chivalry. And Jared just looks at her and he's like, no. I made those oaths thinking that they were something more, thinking that they were something decent, but now I know that they're literally just like, they're literally just lies. Like, they're just manipulations, fables that you told us to control us. I'm not gonna promise you jack. And then as he is about to kill her, Be'lakor pops out. Because Be'lakor does not want Jared to kill her. Because if Jared kills her, then he misses out on his chance to eat a god. So Be'lakor jumps out and he's like, hey, how's it going? Instead of killing her, how about you just kind of piss off and I'll take her. You get your revenge. I get what I want. I'll let you live. Everybody wins. And Duke Jera, to his credit, like, takes one look at Be'lakor and he's like, haha, yeah, no. Like, I may hate her, but I'm not, like, giving her to a monster. And so Jared, who is, remind you, not a Grail Knight, he's just, like, he's a badass, but he's just a Grail Knight. He fights Be'lakor one-on-one. Like, Be'lakor, the first Demon Prince, the first human to ever accept the bargain of the Dark Gods, one of the strongest demons in all of Warhammer Fantasy literature. And Jared fights him mano a mano as just a man. And, like, Jared, he gets bodied. Like, but he fucking holds his own, dude. Like, that is one of the most beautiful, like, as someone who, like, if you love Bretonnia, that is one of the most genuinely moving moments in the end times, is when Duke Jared, like, just is like, no. And chooses to fight Be'lakor, knowing what Be'lakor is, and knowing that he doesn't stand a chance. So he fights Be'lakor, and he gets, like, absolutely annihilated. Like, one of his eyes gets ripped out, one of his arms gets shattered, I think his leg gets broken. Like, he literally gets torn to pieces by Be'lakor. But he keeps fighting. And he manages to hold Be'lakor off long enough that basically the Wood Elves hear what's going on. Like, they hear the fighting, and they're like, oh shit. So the Wood Elves, or Malekith and Tyrion, show up, And at this point, Malekith is the incarnate of shadows, and Tyrion is the incarnate of light. So they're both basically gods. And Be'lakor sees them, and he's like, oh, I should probably leave now. So Be'lakor tries to leave by doing his usual Batman move, which is to, you know, just fade into the shadows. But when he tries to fade into the shadows, Malekith is like, oh, that's a cool trick. Would be a real fucking shame if there was some kind of guy here who could control the literal essence of shadows and make it physically impossible for you to touch shadows. So Malekith just, like, strips away Be'lakor's ability to even interact with Shadow, so he gets stuck, and Be'lakor's like, ah, fuck. And Tyrion, being the incarnate of light, then just, like, summons pure light as chains that wrap around Be'lakor, and he's just boned. So they capture Be'lakor, but in that moment, Lilith realizes that, like, she lost. Because, like, the instant she realizes that Be'lakor overheard their conversation, Lilith, like, reaches out with every iota godly power she has left to try and locate her pocket dimension, and it's gone. Like, her pocket dimension basically gets, like, devoured by the dark gods instantly. Like, we think. It's not really express what exactly happened to it, but it's definitely not a thing anymore. So it stops existing. It's gone. And Lilith just loses hope. Like, Lilith literally gives up at that point. Like, she goes from being, like, the mastermind behind everything the Council of Incarnates is doing and, like, trying to organize them into doing what she wants them to do, to she literally just gives up. And after that, basically the last thing that Lilith does is the Blood Hunt shows up and invades Athel Loren, which is Khorne's, like, super SWAT team, essentially. Like, they just perform, like, a SWAT raid on Athel Loren and kill, like, a whole bunch of characters and all this other stuff, and there's, like, this big crazy fight. And during the fight, like, Lilith realizes, like, they can't beat the Blood Hunt. Like, they might be able to survive against the Blood Hunt, but, like, it's gonna do so much damage to Athel Loren, there's gonna be barely anything left. And while this is happening, Archaon has literally already started his, like, ritual to destroy the entire universe by summoning another Chaos Rift onto the planet. So she's like, yeah, we're kind of boned. So Lilith, in her last act of desperation, she turns to Teclis and is like, I lost. The Dark Gods outplayed me. I screwed up. Everything I did was in vain. So now all of those people I betrayed, all of those horrible things I made you do, all of it was literally for nothing, and I acknowledge that. So instead of just fighting here until I die, I instead would ask that you kill me, like, slit my throat and use what's left of my godly essence to teleport all of the incarnates to Middenheim and stop Archaon. So that's what Teclis does. Teclis kills Lilith, he slits her throat with a dagger, and he uses what's left of her magic to basically, he uses what's left of her magic to literally teleport all of the incarnates instantly to Middenheim. So all of the incarnates just get, like, picked up along with their, like, immediate close vicinity troops, including Grimgor Ironhide, who's halfway across the world at this point. And they teleport all of them, and he teleports all of them to Middenheim. In a really desperate spell. Which is a hilarious moment, to be honest. Because when he does that, like, all of the incarnates just drop into Middenheim at random points. And Archaon's just like, what the fuck? Like, why is there this massive invading army in my city? Oh, yes, and it's worth noting that the Bretonnians left. Like, the Bretonnians were so angry at Lilith, they were so spiteful towards her manipulation, and having used and abused them for her own ends without giving, like, a damn about them or a damn about, like, doing the right thing or any of that, that they refused to fight. They literally, like, Duke Jarrah went and he told all the Bretonnians that were left what had happened. Like, he told them the truth. Even though Lilith, like, continued begging him not to, he told them the truth, and he was like, I don't think we should stay. Like, these guys are gonna go save a world that has nothing to do with us. Like, this world is not what we thought it was. Everything we thought and loved about our nation is false. And, like, if there's anything we should do, is we should go find what's left of Bretonnia and stand by our countrymen. But Lilith has no right to ask of us anything. So we're leaving. And so basically what happened was at that point, the Bretonnians were getting ready to leave. And as they were getting ready to leave, basically they were intercepted by Vlad von Karstein, the dwarf character whose name I forget because none of the dwarf special characters survived to that point. It was just this random rune lord from Zufbar. But the random rune lord from Zufbar, Karl Franz, who was in truth Sigmar at this point, and Manfred and Vlad von Karstein intercept them. And basically they're like, you know, Sigmar or Karl Franz is like, I understand why you're leaving. I totally get it. I don't hold it against you. And he shakes their hands. And he basically says, you know, is there any way I can convince you to stay? Is there any way I can convince you to stay? And Jared's like, no, I'm sorry. We have to leave. And he's like, okay, like, I get it. I respect that. I wish, you know, I hope that wherever it is you go, you have the most, like, you die in glory. And you do everything you can to, like, do what you need to do. And the dwarf basically, I don't remember his name, but I will never forget that basically what the Zufbar runesmith says is he basically says something along the lines of, like, I don't know what happened between you and that elf witch, or he's basically like, I don't know what that bitch told you, but whatever it did, like, I know, man, elves are the worst. Like, never trust an elf. I totally get why you're leaving, because, like, the dwarves loved the Bretonnians. And he's like, I get why you're leaving. I'm really gonna miss you guys. I wish you all the best, and I get it, dude. Elves are the fucking worst. And, and then Vlad comes up, and Vlad, much to the alarm of the Bretonnians, Vlad introduces the Bretonnians to the Red Duke. The Red Duke is there, and he's like, hey, this is the Red Duke. You might be familiar with him. And they're all like, holy shit, we're gonna die. And he's like, no. Vlad, being all-powerful and amazingly Vlad, basically cured the Red Duke of his madness. And so the Red Duke was basically just back to being a normal Bretonnian badass. And Vlad tells the Bretonnians that, like, I wish you would stay as well, but I get why you're not. This is the Red Duke. He knows where the last of your people are. He knows where Gilles Le Breton and Abarash, the first of the Blood Dragons, have gathered up, and they're getting ready to fight. Like, they're gonna, I forget exactly where they were, but he's like, they're going to go fight an impossible battle, and they're gonna launch one last charge against the combined forces of chaos to defend the innocent. Like, they basically are at this place where there's, like, a bunch of people who are just trying to survive, and if you want to go stand with them for the final battle, he'll lead you there. And the Bretonnians are like, alright, yeah, that sounds good. So the Bretonnians join up with the Red Duke, and they ride off into the sunset, and we never see them again. And that was a massive segue from, I don't remember what the original question is, but I assume I answered it somewhere in there. I always love when I get to the end of telling a story, and I'm sitting there like, wait, how did I get here? because I don't remember.
Retake the realms.
Alright, Thorgrim, I need you to come defend from Greenskins. Oh, right. What did Leith want? Well, now you know. And like I said, I think if I was able to sit down with, like, a group of ghostwriters who could transcribe everything I say and, like, I could bounce ideas off of, and I had all my, like, scripts there to reference, and I had, like, a year to, like, rewrite the end times, I genuinely believe you could keep the overall story beats with some changes here and there and still tell, like, a really inspiring tragedy that's, like, amazing and, like, sticks to the lore while telling a fascinating story. I don't think the end times as they are now are worth the read, to be totally honest with you, unless you're, like, you just like desperately want to know for yourself, like, beat for beat exactly what happens. I don't think they're worth the money, but I think they could have been. Gnarl09. He's like, I just walked in here. What the fuck is going on? What are we talking about? That's great. I feel like someone walking in when I'm in the midst of, like, answering a deep question like that is probably that meme of, it's like that, like, meme idea of someone basically walking into a room and they're like, I don't know what's going on and I'm too afraid to ask. Like, I'll just roll with it. Just roll with it. Let's see if I could get some longbeards and, like, a unit of, like another big boy war machine. See, what can I get for 2 turns? Unit of thunderers would probably be good. How do I feel about Major Kill's End Times Rewritten series? I have not watched it. So, it's worth noting, I very rarely watch other content creators, and and that's not an accident. The thing is, I almost never watch my fellow creators for 2 big reasons. One is that I just don't really have the time most of the time, and 2 is that it is deceptively easy to wig yourself out. Like, to be watching, like, if I'm watching someone else's lore stuff or, like, their channel and stuff, it can be really easy for me to, like, get in kind of a bad headspace of, like, kind of, like, ragging on myself a lot. And I try to avoid that to, like, stay in, like, good mental health. And it's like, because, you know, if you watch it, I can't just sit down and enjoy a Warhammer Fantasy video, right? Like, in my head, I'm sitting there going, like, oh, man, like, this guy's a lot better at editing than I am. Or, man, this guy puts out videos a lot faster than I do. Or, like, man, this guy gets a lot more views than I do. Or, like his growth is way more explosive than mine. Or this, or that, or this. And, like, it just, it starts to eat at you. And I don't need that in my life. So, yeah. Why do elf souls go to Slaanesh instead of their own afterlife? Because the problem with elves is that they used to have, like, a well-established afterlife type system, but the problem is that relied on their pantheon basically being functioning, and very, very, very long time ago, during what we know as the Great Catastrophe, where chaos was, like, first birthed into the universe and started, like, going hog wild on everything, essentially what happened was that the dark gods had, like, a big battle against the Elven Pantheon that did not go well for the Elven Pantheon at all. Because not only were they trying to fight off the Dark Gods, who were flat out stronger than them, but they had also crippled themselves, having fought in a battle, having fought in, like, a civil war known as the War in Heaven, which was originally a 40k concept, I think, before it was a fantasy concept. I'm not sure which came first. Because the War in Heaven, I think, has technically existed as a concept in fantasy for a very long time, but in the end time, or in 8th edition / the end times, they updated the shit out of it. Hey, Ryan Litlock, thanks so much for the tip, my dude. Have I thought about telling my own version? Absolutely. That would be something I would very much like to do, but in the same sentence. I mean, y'all see how long it takes me to do regular shit now? Yeah, careful what you wish for. Oh, Ironborn's tankered. Oh, that gives regeneration. Oh, that was the best 200 oath gold ever spent. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. As long as our leadership is intact, I have regeneration now. Oh, Grombrindal's ready to play. Gromby's ready to play. Didn't I recruit somebody just to send to Southern World Judge Mountains, or am I imagining things? Maybe I'm imagining things. Well, once I get this tech, I can get another Thane. Who do I think? Let's see. Oh my god, so many questions. Didn't Malekith fight in the first invasion with his dad? Kind of. Malekith participated in the Great Cataclysm, but not a lot. Malekith was still very little, relatively speaking, when his father died. And his father died at the end of the Great Catastrophe. I hired a Thane. I did. Chase, dude, what are you doing? Calm yourself. How long do we get? Oh, Ungrim's back. Yeah, Ungrim, hold Mount Gunbat at all costs. Also, it's Slayer City. There we go. Okay, maybe not quite that many Slayers. Okay, hold up. I heard a tip. Listening. So the Flying Gabo said, "Thanks for the tip, my dude." Listening to Skaven or Sotek makes me want to buy all the End Times book and furiously read them all. Yeah, you can, but I promise you will probably have more problems with it than happy moments. Daniel Martin, thanks for the tip, my dude. Thanks for the story. I have another End Times question. What were the Empire gods up to? Oh, gosh. Okay, so this one I'm going to hardcore TLDR. This was one of the, like, famous oopsies in the End Times, which is basically that the Empire gods showed up in force during the second book, Glotkin. And in Glotkin, essentially, the human gods were shown to be fighting Nurgle. So, we literally have a scene in Glotkin where the god Nurgle starts fighting the god Tal, who's the nature god of the Empire. And there are a couple of scenes that basically revolve around, and we see a little bit of it in Kane as well. But there are a bunch of scenes that basically revolve around some of the Empire gods showing up, basically. And when they show up, they're all basically, like, trying to heal or power up Tal so that they can fight, Nurgle. And so I think either in Kane or the end of, I think it's at the end of Glotkin, we actually see, like, Tal heals and he, like, gets up, and I can't remember if he, like, stabs Nurgle or he, like, shoots him or something. I don't remember exactly what happens, but he does something to Nurgle. And Nurgle basically is like, ah, fuck, and runs away. Now, here's the weird part. The weird part is that that's pretty significant. Like, the Empire gods are active and doing something. Very cool. The problem is, that's the only time they do anything. the Empire gods show up one time, help with Nurgle, and then we never see them ever again. They're just like, they are introduced as a narrative concept, and then that author who wrote Glotkin did not write any of the following books, so the end. Oh, William King. Yeah, I have no issue, like, completely admitting that, do I want to lure him away? No, I don't think so. Does he? He doesn't have any siege weapons. And my army is debatably better. Though also debatably worse. No, he doesn't have any black orcs. Yeah, bring it, you big bitch. The Kata's Encore seems to be under siege. The Kata's Encore is always under siege. You say that like it's a novel concept. Wurzag has one unit of Black Orc, so I don't care if Wurzag has them. As long as Wurzag has them, that means they don't have the banner. Come and get it. Hot and fresh grudge throwers just for Grimgor Ironhide. Oh, good. Thorgrim's got pretty good AP, so he should be able to lay a whooping over on old Grimgor. Alright. Let him have it. What do I think of the Skaven? I love the Skaven. The Skaven, I think, are probably one of the most critical elements of Warhammer Fantasy for making it feel like something that's like truly unique and bizarre and not just like a pure copy pasta of other universes. The Skaven are really what take it to the next level, because I don't know any universe that has something quite like the Skaven. You know, like a lot of universes have like a Horde faction or a reckless science faction or like a, you know, like a secret unknown faction that's like hidden beneath the earth and stuff. But I don't know many universes where everything has been combined like the Skaven and taken to such a comical extreme. Like, they're literally hilarious because they're so over the top, it's borderline stupid. And I love that about them. That being said, while I really, really love the Skaven and a lot of like the narrative things they introduce, there are some like kind of I guess really I would just say I really enjoy the Skaven. Like, Gracier Thanquol, I shit you not, is literally one of my favorite characters in the entire setting. Like, I am, what do you call it, a stan? Is that the technical term for it? But like I am a stan for like Gracier Thanquol. Like, I love Gracier Thanquol, and his set of novels is so over the top, amazingly hilarious that it's just absurd. Like, there's no way to not just completely fall in love with him as a character, in my opinion. Like, I'm sure there are people who manage, but if you hate Gracer Thankful, then you need to, like, reevaluate your life, because clearly you're, like, taking things with you into your fantasy novels that are not fair to those fantasy novels. I adore him. He's an amazing character. I think he's super well written, and, like, his adventures are amazing, and they're basically like evil Gotrek and Felix, except for the only person with plot armor is Thankful, and his plot armor is pretty bad a lot of the time. You know, like, instead of him having plot armor where he just, like, needlessly survives something, it's like the universe acknowledges that he has plot armor, but the thing about his plot armor is it only works if somebody else takes the bullet for him. Like, Thankful isn't invincible. Thankful's only invincible so long as there's another Skaven standing close enough that the bullet accidentally hits them instead. And I adore that about him. He's just amazing. He's a genuinely amazing character. I would die for Thankful. Which, you know, is probably what's going to happen if you're too close to him. Okay, we need to get Thorgrim a little bit here to safety. I can't quite get through. Let's get rid of the shaman. Oh, that's Warzak. Let's still. And why is Quick Head Taker the best? I mean, I don't think Quick Head Taker is the best. I think that's Thankful. But Quick Head Taker is amazing. And, you know, what makes Quick Head Taker such a wonderful character from a narrative design is that the thing about Queek that makes him really stand out compared to every other Skaven character is that whereas, like, where every Skaven character basically, like, represents the ultimate of something, that is what it means to be a Skaven, right? So, like, Ikit Claw is the perfect representation of the mad scientist idea for Skaven. Tretch Craventail is the perfect representation of the backstabbing clan lord idea, or whatever Doom. I forget what his title is. For Clan Rictus, you know, all this stuff. You have all these characters that they don't really, like, stand out so much from the Skaven, as they are just like a perfect exemplary show of that idea. Everyone except Queek. Queek is not the perfect show of anything to be a Skaven. Queek is the opposite of what it is to be a Skaven. Queek is brave, where all Skaven are completely cowardly. Queek is, like, always fighting on the front lines, where all other Skaven fight on the very back lines. Queek is, like, completely not a fan of the Great Horned Rat, and actively would, like, challenge and try and kill his own god if he had the ability to do so. He's completely undevout, whereas all other Skaven are terrified of the Great Horned Rat and worship it without question. Queek is, like, completely insane and hears voices that tell him accurate information, whereas which give him completely flawless, reliable informants and, like, allies, whereas most Skaven have completely backwards, unreliable allies. Like, Queek is literally just everything that it is to be a Skaven, completely flipped on its head. And I adore that about him. It's what makes him such... I think it's what makes him such a great character, and helps a lot of people fall in love with him. Protect the High King! He's in the book! Kick his ass! Yeah, as long as he's got Gitsnick active, I'm going to stand over here. Okay, it's off. Get back in there. Yeah, this fight is literally coming down to the wire. Come on. Got 10 more seconds on Oath of Vengeance. Bring him down! Bring him down! If we can kill Grimgor, I think the rest of the army will buckle. Don't let him escape! Oh my god, he activated Gitsnick right at the end. Okay, I'm gonna have Thorgrim stand with these guys. Oh my god! This is gonna be down to the wire! Yeah, guide his ass out of here, dudes. I will always be eternally sad that they gave us Thorgrim Grudgebearer, but did not give us an animation of him, like, smacking somebody with the Damaskran. That was a missed opportunity. Alright, Grimgor has left the building. See if I can get Thorgrim to a safer position. I need to get within range of my Thunderers. These guys are faster than me, aren't they? Yeah, I can't afford to just run. I have to fight. Your ass is over here. To the High King! To the High King! To the King! Oh god, the King broke! Get your asses over here! Protect the King! Protect the King! Oh my god, this is nerve-wracking. Fire! Oh god, goblins are literally the worst thing that could be running at this unit. And I can't run because they're going to catch me. Black Orc should not be faster than miners. See if we can get rid of that chariot unit. Ah, shit. Yeah, Thorgrim left the field. Well, the good news is we weren't in underway, or we were in underway stance, but we hadn't underweighted. So we'll be pushed back, but he won't. I mean, he'll probably chase us down. But if he chases us down, we have a reasonable chance to kill him because I still have a lot of ranged units. Always wondered, in Vermintide 2, are the sizes of the characters, Skaven, Chaos Warriors, Beastmen, and monsters lore accurate? Yeah, I'd say Vermintide's pretty lore accurate, size-wise. Isn't Clan Moore supposed to be strange and weirdly loyal to their clan and stuff? Relatively. Oh, he took my Gambler's armor? What a jerk. Holy shit, do you see how far away Thorgrim ran? Thorgrim ran like... Look at that. Look at those marathon legs. Good grief, Thorgrim. I know you're quick, but damn. F's in chat, spare me your pity. Don't be ridiculous. Grimgor didn't win, he fell for my trap. Pah! As you can see, Thorgrim Grudgebearer is victorious. Do not underestimate your High King, chat. The only F that's needed is for Grimgor Ironhide. But if you F for him, you're a heretic. Ka! Victory for the Dawi this day. Silly Urk. They had no chance. And you... And there were those of you who doubted me. Shame on you. Shame!
I'm ready.
Okay, there are no greenskins south of me. Oh my god, that's such a miracle. Alright. So it's time to head north. We're at war with Clan Eshin, but I haven't seen him yet. So I want to say he's further east. But we can head north. Oh, we're rank 23, so we'll get to start the Runehelm of Zufbar questline. I have so much money. Okay, I'm gonna need you to kill these rebels here in a hot sec. Gotta have the hammerers on the High King. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this army for Grombrindal. Ulthar's Raiders, I can go with the High King as well. What other grudges am I striking out? Raid Essen, take Mount Gunbad, and Nashrak's Lair. Okay, that's reasonable. How strong are the dwarves physically? You could... Ah, dang. The elves got killed. That's a bummer. I would say that dwarves are... dwarves are relatively equal to men. The Runehelm. Defeat 2 greenskin armies. I can do that. Oh, we started on the Axe of Grimnir. Nice. Okay, Mountain Gunbad is secure. I really would like it to make it where you could, like, kill Grimgor when you're fighting him. That would take a load off my mind.
Retake the realms. The High King acts.
More Slayers.
The throng is mustered.
You're going here. That's very far away from where I actually want you, but... Alright, guys. This has been an absolute ball. I'm actually really enjoying this campaign so far. We've gotten all the dwarf characters except Belegar, which I imagine we'll pick him up pretty soon. Do I have to do that with Grombrindal, or can it just be any two? Ah, it has to be with Grombrindal. Okay, so I guess Grombrindal's coming up here because he has to defeat Greenskins. So, yeah, we're doing it. But I do need to go. I heard that my folks are home, and I have not seen my folks since we got the really unfortunate news yesterday. So I'm gonna go spend some time with my family because I've just kind of been watching the house pretty much on my own the last few days. And all that jazz, but I really want to thank you all for coming by. Really enjoying this campaign, and hopefully y'all enjoyed all the little stories and narratives and stuff. Next time will be really, really fun because we're going to be doing all of these quests while I think our goal will be to kill the Greenskins, and then once we've defeated the Greenskins, Grombrindal is going to push for Norska. While our other characters will push to fight the Skaven. I don't know, maybe like Thorgrim will fight the Skaven while Ungrim fights the Vampire Counts while Thorgrim fights Norska? Or Grombrindal fights Norska? I don't know. And then somewhere in there we're going to get Belegar. So thanks again for coming by, everyone. I hope you all had a good time. Yeah, talking about the end times, man, that almost like destroyed my throat. And tomorrow is Sunday, I believe. Yes. Like I said, my editors kind of all vanished into the abyss. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to... I'm just going to focus on doing it all myself. So I'm going to go make a bunch of videos. Like, I've already recorded them. I just have to sit down and, like, add pictures and all that crap. And music and... If there is a God, send me a video editor. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. I really appreciate it. I really needed this today. So, thank y'all for entertaining me, and I hope I was able to entertain you guys at least a little bit. I'll catch you later. Anyway, take care of yourselves, wash your hands, stay safe, wear a mask, all that crap. And I'll see you guys next time.